Welcome. This is day 3 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I keep forgetting what day of the week it is. It's Wednesday or hump day. It's all good. So today I am joined by my co-host Marcella, and I want to apologize for yesterday. When I wrote your name in the chat, I wrote it my sister-in-law's way with 2 L's.
Oh, right. I embrace 2 L's too. It's okay.
I want to make sure that I get people's names right, that I'm pronouncing them right. Michaela on Monday, I think it was. Yeah, it was on Monday. She was telling us how she didn't like the nickname of Mickey, but Mickey was easier to pronounce than Michaela, or how you say it in her native language. So it's like, oh. So I want to make sure we're saying things and spelling things correctly. So sign of respect.
All good. It's a pleasure to be here and co-host for the day with you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I want to start by just asking you, Marcella, for those who haven't watched yesterday yet, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are so that we know where your questions are coming from?
Right. So I am a love and transformational healer. My background is in personal, spiritual development, but also business. Ooh. So yeah, I think that's enough. We get everybody curious to actually watch yesterday's video. Thank you.
Exactly. And then for those who have never met me, I'm Laura Lake, and I love to talk about Courageous Connection, which talks about emotions and mental health and the stories that we have so that we can share them in an elevated way. So I'm going to bring up our first guest, Maria. You just give me a thumbs up if you're ready, and then we get to talk to her. Awesome. Welcome, Maria.
Hi, Laura and Marcella. Thanks for having me today.
Welcome, welcome.
So I like to shake things up. What I didn't tell you behind the scenes was I have this beginning question.
Okay.
And the intention behind it is just to get you out of your head and back into your heart so that we don't hear your pre-recorded elevator speech and we get the real you. So if you're ready for my question, I would love to ask it.
Ready.
Okay. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Okay. What would I love those 3 words to be? Not what the accurate description
Exactly.
Understood. Yeah. What I would love the 3 words to be. Okay. Honest. Focused. Nurturing.
Ooh. The last one is always something really intriguing. So can you tell us why those 3 words? But then I really want to know why the nurturing. Why is that the end piece?
Interesting. So I've spent a long time working on my communication skills, and that's due to a lot of negative conditioning and abuse from childhood. But hiding yourselves, not speaking up for yourself, not being allowed to self-champion, and that leads to a lot of codependency related issues, including poor communication skills. So I've been working on that pretty much my entire life as a mom, as a parent, right? As a partner, as an attorney, which is my day job. So yeah, I definitely strive for honest communication. Honest communication, not necessarily blunt and offensive. You don't want that, because there's a way to communicate. I found there's a way to communicate with your partner, with your kids, communicate honestly, but in a way that preserves the relationship, how to have those difficult conversations, but actually use those as an opportunity to strengthen the relationship and draw the other person to you, as opposed to harming the relationship, right? Yeah. So that's what I would say about the first one.
I love that. And I want to highlight part of yesterday's interviews with Marcella. Thankfully, she's here. It's like, first off, her wings and your shirt, they coordinate. So it's great. Yeah. But also Marcella was talking about relationships. So I love that you bring that up. I was like, ooh, patterns, we can continue. Great. So Maria, what is it about communication and honest, nurturing communication that has you wanting to share your message with people?
Right. So I work with parents. Most of them are like me, parents who are reparenting themselves, healing themselves from childhood abuse while learning to be a good parent. So it's a tall order, right? Yes. For many reasons. It takes a lot of energy. adults who have complex PTSD, it takes us more energy to like deal with life than people who don't. So it's energy tapping.
Yep.
So I am determined to help parents have stronger relationships with their kids, for the parents, in order to have more peaceful households, but also to raise the children into adults who don't have that pattern that I had and that a lot of the parents have that I work with. Because that, you risk the kids grow up into adults who have poor boundaries, poor communication skills, procrastinating, low self-worth, all these things. So there's a way to parent where you're not neglectful and you're not over-parenting, right? And doing everything for the kids, which leads to them having lack of self-esteem, lack of self-confidence, all these things. So, right. So it's hard to get right a lot of the time because you want to be nurturing and involved, but not helicoptering, right? You want to be teaching the kids that they can do things for themselves and respect their age-appropriate independence. And that's what I'm really passionate about, is getting to that area as a parent. And you don't have to be perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? You don't have to be perfect, because relationships are also about repair after rupture, right? Constant repair. You need to know how to repair the relationship after there's been some incident. But it's getting to that. It's really a different way of looking at the relationship as a parent-child relationship we're talking about. But it's interesting because a lot of what I teach parents, I also speak on at corporate events. Like I just did a talk at Blue Talks on negotiation skills. Yay. And I said, I'm a parenting coach. I'm speaking on negotiation skills today in a professional environment, but these skills are almost directly transferable to when you interact with your children, especially your older children, right? Adolescents and teens. Mm-hmm. So those skills you can really use to improve your relationships, across the board, whether personal, professional relationships, how you communicate, how you self-champion, how you respect your own boundaries in a negotiation or any high stakes conversation. But that's what I'm really passionate about. And that's, like Marcella mentioned, marrying kind of some spirituality with business, corporate, professional related skills. That's what I do. So I talk a lot about flowing with the energy and drawing the other person to you, setting that up, as opposed to resisting, pressuring, persuading, right? Things like that.
All the typical sales tactics.
Right. Right. And it's interesting. I had this conversation with my son the other day, who's 14, and we talked about when does persuasion become manipulation?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Because, persuasion is something they teach in schools. They teach persuasive writing. It's an important skill, but at what point does it become harmful? Does it cross into manipulative behavior? So we had this whole conversation about how to define this, because this is something, when I teach negotiation skills, I want to be clear on it. It's not easy to get right a lot of the time.
Oh, I kind of want to make a guess at that, because I'm learning boundaries and I want to talk more clearly and articulate better around this whole conversation of marketing with the persuasive based versus attraction and connection based. So I would love your feedback on this. Persuasion for me feels more like just like the loving kind of persuasion, not the manipulation kind. So the loving kind of persuasion feels like I go, hey, Marcella, I understand you as a person and what you say that you need. And so I'm trying to persuade you and use my persuasive abilities to help you achieve what you want. Whereas manipulation is like, I have my own agenda that I'm trying to wrap up in that so that I feel good, and maybe hoping that you feel good too.
I think that's a good way of looking at it. It's really hard to define. I mean, because I read in a book on it was a book called The Narcissist's Playbook. So it's about how to heal from narcissistic relationships. And the author defines manipulation as when you're trying to persuade somebody to do something that is against their best interest.
Exactly.
I think that's a good way of looking at it too, in conjunction with what you just said.
Yeah.
So, and I had this conversation with my son, and he said, yeah, but the other day I was trying to persuade you to pick me up from school early, and it wasn't necessarily in your best interest because it was inconvenient for you, right? But I don't consider that manipulative, even though it wasn't to your benefit. And I said, well, you have a point. I guess maybe part of the definition would be maybe somebody being persuaded in a way where they don't know they're being persuaded, like they're being gaslit or lied to. Clearly, those are toxic behaviors, right? But it's really hard to delineate that. Like, where do you draw the line? But I think you're onto something with your description. But I think there could be many factors. Like, certainly if the person doesn't, the target, let's say, for, lack of a better word, doesn't know they're being persuaded, that certainly, belies a hidden agenda, right? But definitely trying to pressure somebody to do something that is against their best interest, I think that definitely enters into the definition. Yeah.
I have a curiosity, Maria. At what point of your career that you have decided that you would change, or you just focus on the parenting as your niche?
Oh gosh. So, as my son grew older, well, back when he was younger, like 5, I had kind of an epiphany where I realized that I was extremely dysregulated. It was harming my relationship with him. I had a lot to work on. It was not about changing my kid. It was about changing me. So that's when I really started to study kind of positive parenting in detail and childhood development, right? And then as my son got older, became more self-actualized as an adolescent, they begin that separation process, which is kind of hard for a codependent mom, but it's developmentally appropriate, right? So I continued reading, and I talked to a lot of parents, and I started to publish parenting content on YouTube, and I have a pretty active community there. And the feedback I get from parents is very validating. And we're all having, similar struggles. And that's what I decided, I think there's merit to doing this on a regular basis, providing this type of assistance. Because parents like me who don't necessarily know how to parent effectively, but want to, and we're open to changing how we parent, and we're open to admitting mistakes and that maybe we have not been doing it right. So.
Well, I've had that conversation with my daughter a lot. She's also 14, and I've told her before, I was like, you are, unfortunately and fortunately, my best friend in this world, but I'm your mother first. Right. So it's kind of like this weird dynamic of we need to like discipline and like keep her on track and keep her growing without me falling into the trap of like, she's my protective support. It's like, how
it's tough. Yeah, that's very tough because adults going through their parenting process is very lonely. And like with you, my son, he's an only child, so he's like my best friend too. But it's not appropriate for me to expect adult level, emotional support from a 14-year-old. So I have to look for that from other sources, family members, friends, other things. But it's hard. It's hard to cross the line. Like he and I are, like you said, very friendly. So it doesn't always feel good when I have to step in the parenting role and say like, hey, you messed up. And there are going to be some consequences. It doesn't always feel comfortable, but I have to. And that's part of my issue of past poor boundaries, right? Like I have to also set them with him. But it's funny, Laura, because in remembering my own childhood and talking with other adults, when the parents, this is another kind of positive thing about setting boundaries with children, when parents set boundaries for kids, boundaries and rules, they're on some level psychologically comforting for the kids because they know where the limits are. Like my sister recently shared this experience when she was, I guess she was like around 12 to 14. And she had this friend that our mother did not like for a lot of reasons. And my sister did not really want to hang out with this person, but they had mutual friends. They always wanted to hang out. But my sister felt uncomfortable saying no, right? At that age. But my mother said, I'm not allowing you to go on this excursion because XYZ and this person is going to be there and you're not going to be supervised. So my sister had the out of saying my mom won't let me. And she actually felt comforted by that. Yeah, like I have an out. I don't have to say I don't want to. I can just say my mom won't let me. So that's I really take kind of examples like that with me and think, okay, it is comforting for the kids on some level, even if they are not happy about it. There have been many times my son was not happy about a rule, maybe there was a door slam involved, maybe not. So, but kids calm down eventually. And that's part of learning to self-regulate, learning to deal with disappointments. All very important lessons to take into childhood. Okay. How to self-soothe, all these things, how to bring themselves out of bad moods, all these things. So that's what I tell parents like me who had really poor boundaries, is that your kids need the boundaries too. Again, not arbitrary rules necessarily, but here's why we have the rules. Like I tell my son, look, I don't like rules. I like freedom. We don't have arbitrary rules in this house. The rules we have are for health, for safety, things like this, right?
Yep.
They're not, or, do homework before gaming, clearly, because that's more important than gaming. I like to game too, but yeah. So
you get lost in it 3 hours
totally,
later.
I totally do. But it's great to do with your kids too. Like some of my best memories so far are of my son and me gaming together. With his friends. But but those rules can be comforting for the kids. Those boundaries can be comforting as long as the rules are not arbitrary and there's a reason. Like, hey, here's the reason for the rules. Some parents think I shouldn't have to explain myself. Well, a short explanation is helpful. Like, do you know why we have this rule? It's good to ask your kids that. Do you know why we have this rule? Yes, because this. That's right.
Yeah.
Put it back on them. Or if you don't agree with this rule, what do you not like about it? Yeah, I understand you probably want to not do your homework before other things, but it's more important. So get it over with, and then you can do other things, right? After you do this, you can do this. So yeah, parenting is tough. I mean, it's and it's tough to get right. But I tell parents too, look, you don't have to negotiate everything, but the things that are really important, decide what your no bargain issues are. Like, I cannot negotiate on these, and everything else could potentially be up for negotiation at some point. But that's kind of one way I look at it, because I can't spend all day like negotiating stuff. It's too much.
You really need to let it go. Wow.
Yeah.
Erin says hi. So hi, Erin.
Yeah. Hello, Erin.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Well, I'm listening. I think I'm getting triggered here because it's like I'm thinking, oh, this is what my mom used to say to me. And then I think as parents, we realize that sometimes we are actually repeating patterns. And it's so important. We realize that, and I'm thinking, no, that's how my mom would behave. This is not how I will behave as a parent.
Right.
And the importance to, when you mentioned a negotiation, with me was always no, and I will have the last word. There's no negotiation.
Right.
Because what will happen is then they go to daddy. Yeah. Oh, daddy. And then they try to negotiate, and then it was like, oh, but what your mom said. There is a reason why your mom said that, and then he would support me.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And within that, it's not that we had this stricter brought up, but we did have, for example, here in the UK, I think that's amazing. Kids go to bed sometimes even 7 p.m. You go to Brazil, where I come from, 11 p.m. and it's you're awake. So there is certain rules that actually support the growth of the children too. Mm-hmm. So, for example, you can't take your mobile to your bedroom.
Right.
You don't have a TV in your bedroom.
Right.
There is a reason for that. We need to learn to be social. We need to learn to have family time together. Mm-hmm. And nowadays it's so difficult for the parents in itself understand that this is your time to bond with your family. Make that much special. And sometimes, yes, I guess we're tired, but all we need to do is just get together and spend that time, even if it's just watching TV or, just playing any game that is relevant to everyone. You mentioned the video game. I was wondering, there is no football at all? Usually boys, they love football.
Yeah. Oh, my son does sports too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's important. Like you just said, it's important to have the family time, and that can look different. Like, I mean, it's where I live. It's not the norm for every family to sit down and have the whole family at dinner from X time to X time, because people have different activities. But you could have, that once in a while, and you can do other things together, like you mentioned, watching TV. That's a great, like, low-key, pressure-free thing to do, because you're watching something together, commenting on the show, asking questions about it, and you're still having quality time, right? But it's a low-key, pressure-free activity. movies, games, walks. We travel a lot. We do a lot of travel. My son and I were just in Miami together. So the traveling is a great bonding time because you're outside of the household and things are like generally more relaxed and fun, I find, because you're not in the house with the reminders of everything you have to do for both parents and kids.
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a different, more positive relationship and connection sometimes when you can get outside of that, like the house. But even if you can't, there's still stuff you can do, together. But that family time is important. And I say that too. Look, family time is important. And alone time is important because we're all introverts in my household too. We need alone time. Alone time is important. Family time is important. Time with friends are important too. So we have to balance all of this, right? Yeah. So it's hard to do, but important.
Definitely. I have two main rules in the house. The first one is my job is to keep my daughter happy, healthy, and safe, but in the reverse order. So that's how I balance the, oh my God, you're my friend. Oh my God, you're my daughter.
Yeah.
But then the second rule is I'm going to say rules and I'm going to say boundaries. And I mean it up until the point that you can present me with new information, which may change my mind.
Right.
Then I am completely open to hearing what you say and reassessing.
Right.
Right. So that like she knows that I have rules because I want to keep her happy, healthy, and safe. But at the same time, I don't know everything. Things can change. The way she grew up is a lot different than the way that I grew up. And so when she presents me with information or a new perspective, it gives me a chance to open up and see, oh, okay, now that I see more of what you're seeing, I can see how this is actually now a yes instead of a no. Or I can see now why, I really need to stick to my no because it's for your safety now, not just your health. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
And being
She's
grow up,
so supported. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love that. And myself, I have been grow up being extremely controlled by my mom. So yeah. And I believe, Maria, you have loads of parents too that had the same sort of pattern too. Right. And how do you do to support your clients, those parents that need lots of love, compassion, and empathy from their inner child too?
Right. No, totally. I had a similar experience as you, Marcella, like enmeshed, controlling parents. And then when you're on your own, it's almost like you don't know how to make decisions because you've had the decisions made for you. And that's not a healthy place for a young adult to be because that makes you ripe to be taken advantage of by other people. So your question is how to support those parents. They have to work on their own healing and, come to terms with the fact that they probably had, if not abusive, at least some negative childhood experiences and negative conditioning. Okay. Because it is not healthy to not allow children to express age-appropriate independence and autonomy. Okay. Yeah. So they have to, find the modalities that work for them in their own healing. And it could be anything from, coaching to talk therapy, psychotherapy, EMDR, all these things. And they have to really learn to embrace their authentic self and figure out who they are, because it's possible that that's been repressed for so long. They don't know who they are or what they want, right? So they have to figure that out for themselves to live authentically and then to be able to parent effectively. But that's the healing of the inner child is a long process for sure. And there are going to be slip ups, right? But the important point is that you stay with that process of healing yourself. And then you got to work on that before you can really effectively work on the parenting, but at least be doing the process. Yeah.
Yeah. So Maria, I want to focus back in on like, if you could put your message in probably about 30 seconds or so, like what is this core message that you have for your ideal clients?
Sure. So regarding parenting, work on strengthening the relationship with your children, strengthening the connection, making sure your children feel comfortable communicating with you about everything. Because if communication shuts down, you're done effectively. But it's not about getting your kids to do things or changing the kids. It's about creating that relationship and creating the safety and the space for your kids to feel comfortable communicating with you. If that is there, everything else flows from there. The accepting guidance from you, working with you, following rules and boundaries, everything flows from the relationship. So you have to strengthen that connection first. That would be my message.
Do you mind taking some comments from the audience?
Not
So
at
I'll pull
all.
them up.
No, not at all.
I love when we get comments. So Susan says, once I learned to love myself, it was much easier to love my kids. My grandkids get the biggest benefit. Oh, I love that.
And I love it when kids have healthy grandparents too. I mean, that's because the kids, from a sociological perspective, kids need that, ideally, that community, because that's wonderful.
Yeah. And then another comment here, Erin says, I'm navigating this as I grew up with a very wounded, narcissistic mother, but I know she was only that way because of how she grew up with my critical grandmother. Totally resonating. Grateful to witness this conversation. I really like pulling in these comments because it's a little bit of validation, but I also like to see it from their perspective and their own ability to relate to what you're saying. So yay, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin.
I want to steer it a little more toward, okay, now that we know your message and your core message about all of this communication and parenting and relationships, how do you like to share your message? And also, what are some of the ways that you don't like to share your message? Like, not everybody's a speaker or a writer. So what are your favorite and which ones do you not like?
Gotcha. Well, I love language. So I love to write. So I've written a couple of parenting books. And that's probably my favorite way to convey information, because I can think. I'm a planner, like I told you guys earlier. I like to think about it. I like to edit. I like to craft something, right? So writing definitely is my strong suit. I love one-on-one coaching and speaking in small groups, because we can have these quality conversations, right? These quality back and forth conversations. I love learning about people and engaging with them in one-on-one and small groups. So those are the top ways. So yeah, and I enjoy public speaking, and I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. Corey can tell you, getting more and more comfortable with it. But it's great. It's great to engage with clients one-on-one or in small groups where you can have the back and forth. Yeah, you can teach really effectively that way.
So what are the ways that you don't like, or you feel that don't resonate with you or align with who you are?
As far as
I know it's a harder question.
It's a harder question. Yeah.
Basically, we're trying to show people that they don't have to do it all.
Right.
If you're really, really, really resistant to speaking, there are other ways to share your message. Start there.
Absolutely.
Or you can find these ways. Let's say, Maria, you did hate speaking. And maybe it grew on you because you started to practice on social media or something. Right. So just these examples to show people.
I gotcha. Definitely. I don't mind doing live interviews, but they are more challenging, right? Yeah. So when I started doing YouTube lives recently, and it was a little, anxiety inducing at first, because I don't have my speech, and you obviously can't read from like a thing. It's not engaging that way. Yeah. But I'm getting more comfortable with that. But larger venues where you're not engaging a lot with people, that's not my forte. I mean, so that's what I'd say about that.
So then can you tell us why it's not? I mean, I could read some of it off of you, but can you tell us in your own words? Yeah.
Well, it's if you're not engaging with people, it's hard to kind of steer the conversation. And also it's anxiety inducing being in front of a lot of people, right?
Not for me.
And not for you.
I love it. Give me a crowd of 10,000. I'll talk the same as if it's 10.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah. I'm getting there. I'm working on that. But so that's definitely something I'm working on, but not fully comfortable with.
But I like that, because it's giving us the truth of like, I'm not there yet.
Yeah. And
it is something that I'm thinking about. It may not be my greatest desire, but you're open to it.
Right.
And so I know that there are some people who hear, listening, watching, being interviewed even, who have never been on a live stage before. And some people have been on a live stage for the last 60 years. Right. So then it's like, who is Maria and what is Maria's best way right now? Because then when you feel comfortable here, you tend to branch out and branch out and branch out. And so does your message.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. It's stepping outside of that comfort zone a little bit. right? And but it feels good too to challenge yourself, and then afterward think like, I accomplished this and I did this, and yes, I had anxiety about it, but it worked out and I accomplished this, and that's a really good feeling, and that feeling is very empowering. So so I would hesitate to tell people, oh, well, don't do it if you're not comfortable with it. Challenge yourself a little bit, because you may find that you're able to do it, and then you're able to do more, and that's very empowering.
So then, is there an example of a time where you were really uncomfortable to do something, but you did it anyway?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm sure. I have to think.
I know.
I'm an anxious introvert, so there's a lot of things.
You can be generic about it. You're like, what, as an anxious introvert, here's the pattern that I see.
Yeah.
I know you've thought about the patterns.
Yeah. So so it's hard. Sometimes for introverts to like put themselves out there. And like when I do book events and showcasing my book, it just still feels a little anxious to be like tooting your own horn type thing. There used to be a time when I was very bad at that. So it feels uncomfortable, like doing a book event where you're up and talk about your book and talk about all these things, right? But I've done book events like that anyway, and it's interesting that people are very gracious about it, and they have good things to say about your book, and that's very validating, because it is so hard to put yourself out there. And I talk to a lot of authors that say, oh yeah, if I get a bad review, I'm just crushed. And I'm like, look, every author has some negative reviews. So, but I would not let that stop me from putting myself out there or publishing books, right? Because otherwise you're not going to do anything. But that's definitely, book events have been challenging. It's just hard to, at least it has been for me in the past, to kind of market myself, right? And put myself out there. Yeah. But I do it, even though it's uncomfortable. And I'm always glad I did.
So then what is it that pulls you past that fear, or to work with fear, that gets you to lean into that experience? Because a lot of people are sitting on that fence. Like,
that's a great question. I guess it's the fear of just not accomplishing anything, because you're just not going to do it. And I think about, because I'm in my mid-40s now, I think about, as I get older, I'm going to regret not having done this stuff, right? I'm going to regret not having published these books, and not having talked about these things, and not having done these speaking engagements, and not having put this content out on YouTube. I'm going to regret all that. So that's kind of what pushes me, is that time, number one, right? Because time seems to go very quickly. The older I get, the faster time seems to move. So time, right? But also just this idea of regret at not having accomplished things. There's a quote from a movie. And I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the movie right now. I'll think of it. But at the very end of the movie, this older lady tells this younger guy, life is full of regrets. It's all regrets. So make them count. Make the regrets count. Right. So you have to select what you're going to work on or do or accomplish. Right. And that means maybe giving up other things, and there will be regret about the other things you give up. So there's always some regret. So you have to make them count. Right. And so that's everything. That's it. Thank you. Vengeance. Because BJ Novak is a director, right? That's his first his directorial debut. Yeah, Vengeance. Yeah, and he's
now I need to bring up the picture.
It's a good movie. You should see it. It's really good.
I think I did.
But that's it's a good message. That message really stayed with me.
See, I love the internet as a gamer. You're really quick with, I can look that up.
I know.
In the middle of fighting a boss or something, you're like, I need information now.
My son does that. He's like, I need this now. Could you just search this up real quick? He's like, the other day, he's like, oh, you need to do this? Oh, here's the video on how to do this. And he in 5 seconds sends me the YouTube on how to do whatever. And I did it. And I'm like, oh, thank you. So, anyway, yeah.
And then I also noticed that you have the same chair as my husband.
It's comfortable too. It's comfortable.
It's so comfortable. Oh my God, Maria. Let's focus in back to some of the ways that you do like sharing your message. So you said you like to write, and you're working on becoming a bigger and like more open kind of speaker. What are your favorite ways to share? Do you really, really love writing, or are you more of the small group speaker kind of person? Why do you love those?
Yeah, I love to write. That would be the first, right? Writing books mostly. But yeah, because I'm able to sit with a message, go back over it, and I love to read. I'm a huge reader, so I'll read what I wrote and then edit that, work stuff into it. But at some point, you have to. I mean, you can conceivably edit that indefinitely, so you have to think about this is good enough. You make a decision about this is now ready to like go to the next stage, like whether that's editing or whatever, copy editing or whatever. But I love to write. I think mostly because it doesn't. I'm not forced to be on the spot. I can sit with it, go back to it. I have a lot of ideas throughout the day that I'll just make a note about so I don't forget the idea, and then I can go back to it later and kind of flesh it out. I love doing that because I have everything there. I won't forget about it. That's like number one. I like to write, and I love language. One of my big things I talk about with parents, I talk about on my YouTube channel, is that precision of language, distinguishing concepts, because a lot of people will talk about communication difficulties. We have very clear in our minds what we mean, but what we say, the words we express, are not as clear as what we're thinking about in our heads. I come across that all the time, all the time. And people will tell me, I will ask a clarifying question and they will say, I just said that. Well, no, you said X. My question is about this. Because this word was not clear. Do you mean this? Or do you mean this? Or do you mean this? Oh, I mean this. That's okay. It's clear in your head, but it's not clear how you express it verbally is not clear. So I love language. That's number one. Writing is my thing. I've been writing since I was like 12 or 13 years old. That's my thing. But as much of an introvert as I am, I love learning about people. They are so interesting. And I love reading the verbal and nonverbal, studying the verbal and nonverbal communication. And I do that best in smaller groups, like one-on-one in smaller groups. So I love that because that, allows you to build relationships, but also allows you to really interact and get to know somebody. Because I am not a superficial person. Everything I do is done very like in depth. So that includes relationships. I have never been about casual friendships or other things. I like to get to know the person, right? So, and what they're all about, right? Whether it's a friend or family member or romantic partner. So yeah, so I like learning about the person and listening to them and listening to the words that they're saying, right? So yeah, those are how I like to kind of communicate, interact.
So then to bring it back, at the very beginning, the first thing I asked you for were the words that you like to use to describe yourself, to just prove that point of like words are important. If I call you truthful, it doesn't mean the same as honest to you. If I call you, trying to think of a different word for focused, niche, that might not mean the same thing for you. And then you said nurturing. So if I said caring, again, you might have a different connotation. So when I get these words, I'm like, this is her language.
Yes.
This is her values, her understanding. And then I can see all of this work with communication, and I can see how they tie in with who you are as a person, the skills that you've developed, the message that you're sharing, and even the ways that you like to share. Because if we go back to what you said, you're working on the bigger audiences.
Yeah.
You want to be really honest. And it's harder to be really honest with a big group than it is to be with a small group. You want to be nurturing. You feel like you can't nurture a big group the same way that you can nurture a small group.
Yeah.
See the fun?
Yeah. That's exactly right. No, that's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah.
I love all the patterns. Patterns are my jam. Okay. I want to double check how much time we have to make sure that so we have about 5 minutes left. First, I'm going to ask you, where can we find you and what is your favorite way to connect with people?
So I blog at lawschoolheretic.com. And my YouTube channel is Positive Parenting with Astrology with Maria Reigger. So we have a really vibrant community there. So we talk about everything from, zodiac energy combinations with parent and child to like, we just did a live on like financial freedom. I have a whole playlist on thriving after recovering from narcissistic abuse. So, because that was my experience growing up. So, but we bring spirituality into it. So it's and I publish regular content there. So, and people can contact me directly at maria@lawschoolheretic.com. And as far as my favorite way to connect with people, that's tough. So I love it when people reach out on my YouTube channel with questions or to tell me that my content is very validating for them. That's helpful to me because a lot of the content, even though it's geared toward parents, I hear from a lot of adults who don't have kids or don't have kids yet, how helpful the content was for them in reparenting themselves. So that's very validating, right? Because that's what my main mission is. So but that's people reaching out to me via YouTube. It's probably my favorite way to connect with people. Yeah, for the comments or through email. Yeah.
I like asking the favorite way because then I know that that's where you spend most of your time.
Right.
I'm not an email person. Do not expect me to open your email unless I'm expecting it. Otherwise, there's like 3,000 unreads there.
Yeah.
It's
overwhelming now. The amount of email we get is completely overwhelming. So it's just things get missed.
Yeah. Oh, constantly.
Yeah.
So then I star the things I need to go back to. It's like Corey sent me emails about everyone that I'm interviewing this week and the links and like the times and I'm like, I'm going to need to find these later. Star.
Exactly.
Otherwise, like I get lots of emails from Corey because I'm involved in so many things as well as on his email list. So I'm like, in 1 month, I could easily get out of all of my emails, because I think 3 of my different emails are signed up for different things. I could get 50 emails just from Corey.
Yeah.
And they're all in my app. So I click on it and I get all of the emails for all of my accounts. And it's a lot. So then when I search, it's still like 50 emails. So star.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I know, but I know not everybody's like that. So I want to take the final couple minutes, Maria, to really make sure that we're saying and sharing what it is that you feel like you need to share and say today. So if there is one thing that you just needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
In addition to what we said earlier about working on strengthening the connection with kids, I would implore parents to not only work on themselves, but also be open to possibly learning new things about parenting and how to be an effective parent. Okay, just be open to that. And be open to maybe shifting the relationship with your children a little bit and learning, especially as kids get older. A teenager is not parented the same way as a 5-year-old, right? So that would be the main thing. It's just be open to that, learning different things, learning new things, and be open to possibly, changing how you parented.
So then we have about a minute left or so. Plus our next guest isn't here yet. So yay, we have a little bit of extra time. What is something that you're working on that you're really excited about right now?
Oh my gosh. I am actually working on a book, Better Boundaries for Better Entrepreneurship, which is geared toward
now.
I know. I cannot tell you how many people ask me about boundaries. And I find that small business owners they need help, because especially if you're starting out and you feel like, I can't say no. So, but it's essential that you protect your time, that you protect your energy.
Money.
And part of that will talk about, even in negotiations, having better boundaries. It actually helps you become a better negotiator, right? For many reasons. So that's what I'm working on now. I'm very, very excited about.
So I'm going to make fun of myself for a moment. I'm not sure how much you know about personality types.
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. So I'm an ENFJ.
Okay.
So for those who don't know, that means extroverted, intuitive, feeling, judger.
Well, I knew you were I knew you were N because you see patterns. So that's N right there.
Yeah. Well, I already knew. I'm guessing you as an ISTJ. Close. But I'm unfamiliar with the last letter. I don't know how to tell apart the J's and the P's. but because we have a lot in common, I just assumed J. But you could also be a P.
Close. I'm INTJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
I read eyes. So I can mostly see you, but I feel like I got caught there for a moment because there was something, I don't want to be too personal, but I'll be super generic, around the age of 5-ish for you. Because I see defaults and then I see patterns after that. So your default felt like a little more of the S than to N. But something happened really young where you just developed that and that's now your primary. So I don't know what happened. That's personal for you.
Yeah.
But like I feel the N there, but I do feel like your default is the sensing because of all of the observation.
Yeah, interesting.
It's a natural thing. You don't have to think about it.
You could be onto something. I know like one of the reasons I started to study astrology seriously was because I kept seeing the same patterns coming up with different energy expressions. And then I concluded that, hey, there's merit to looking at this as part of helping parents learn about their authentic selves, right? Because that's what the birth chart is. It's your energy pattern, essentially.
Yeah.
Your energy blueprint. So it's possible that I ride the N and the T a little bit, or the N and the S rather than N and the S. So that's quite possible. Yeah.
Because I also see it in myself. I'm default. I'm the feeler. But when I'm not in a great headspace or when I feel like there's nobody in that headspace, I will immediately light switch, flick the switch, go, I'm the thinker. Right. And so I'm very much the planner in that type of role, but that's not my default.
Interesting.
I could go there, like we were talking about DISC yesterday, and I was like, I could be any one of those in any given moment with the flick of a switch. But it's because I've had those situations where it forced me into it to learn those skills when nobody else was around to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
interesting.
That's why I'm like, I like the defaults. Like, who are you defaults that I can see you behind all the other things?
That's interesting that you bring that up, because when I talk to parents about, like, when I read their children's birth charts, I'll tell them, look, an air sign, an air sun will have a default way of approaching things, and a water sun will have a default way of approaching things. Like the air is more rational and logical. That's their default, is analyze it, rationalize it. Look at it from a detached point of view. And a water sun, their default way is intuiting what the right thing to do is. It's not weighing pros and cons. It's not analyzing. It's intuiting or feeling what's right to do here. That's their default, like, decision making. Yeah.
Aquarius.
So, Aquarius sun. Yeah, that makes sense. My sister is Aquarius sun. Yeah, very. Yeah, it's a more extroverted energy, and it's an individual energy, but like within the context of the group. Like, Aquarian people need to know where they fit in as an individual in the group.
Right. Yeah. And then another friend of mine who's local, she knows so many people in Blue Talks, and yet she's never been here. I should probably invite her.
Wow.
She told me one day when she was talking about Aquarius and how Aquarius was in whatever. I don't know. That's her area of expertise. But she called me a rebel, which is probably why it came up on Monday. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I am not a rebel. Like, I don't see myself as somebody breaking the rules like that. But then she explained it just meant that you questioned things, that you can't stop and let other people just say, this is how it is. You're like, but things can change and there's all this other stuff. And she's like, that's what I mean, is that you're constantly doing that. I was like, oh, that's me through and through. Now it makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, Aquarius is known as the revolutionary sign. So that's questioning authority. That's it. Yeah. My sister is like that too. It's like, well, I'm just not going to take that. I'm not accepting that as an answer. I'm like, okay. So it's a very interesting energy, because Aquarius is fixed air. So like the core values and ideals are very fixed, but it has to be that way. Like, if you're going to make revolutionary changes, you have to have a fixed set of core beliefs. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's very interesting energy. Like, my best friends and my sister are all Aquarius sun people. Yeah. Very interesting.
Yep. And some of my closest people are the introverts, because you've already done the thinking. And as soon as I have a conversation with you, we can go deep in a moment instead of 10 minutes from now.
Like it.
Yeah. So Marcella, I want to know now, like, what is your astrological sign? Do you know?
Aries, and I'm actually listening for Aquarius. Oh, we do have some similarities there. So yeah,
Aries
Yeah.
sun, I love it. So I just did a couple of videos on Aries parents. I love Aries parents. My Aries sun parent friends, those are the parents that like radically advocate for their children, and I love it. And I wish I saw more of that, because it's a very direct. I mean, the symbol is the ram, right? It's the first sign of the zodiac. It's I'm here, I'm asserting myself and my will here, right? And my Aries parents, friends, especially the moms, oh my gosh, they will go in and champion for the kids. If the kids are treated unfairly or something's happening, they will go in there and they will not care whose toes they step on. And I love it, because the parents, I tell this to parents, like the parents are the last bastion of protection between the child and the outside world.
Yeah.
So they need you advocating for them. So like if you have issues with boundaries and, poor self-advocating like I did, man, when you become a parent, you better get good at that, because it's not just about you now, it's about your kids. And if they're being bullied or something else is happening, you have to go in there and advocate for them. I had to learn to do that. Yeah. So it's but I love Aries parents for that reason, because they are natural advocators for themselves and for their children. And I love it.
I shared a little bit of my story yesterday. I actually was someone that was totally business and career driven when I have met my late husband. And he was 2 months only that he had lost his first wife. So the kids was 1.5 and 3.5. And I had everything in my life, but I didn't have who to give my heart. And then I was single for 5 years, and I thought, oh my God, all of these kids' needs is actually love and unconditional love. So I just left everything behind, and then woke up in a different country. You still, finding my way and to learn to be, at that stage, the girlfriend that was living together and trying to embrace a family that was broken, trying to figure out how to change nappies, how to be a parent.
Yeah, that's tough.
And then
oh my gosh.
also identify what sorts of patterns I already have bring within my baggage from my parents that, it was not right to carry on.
Right.
So it was a lot to process, but we have an amazing relationship, and it's exactly like that. I always said to them, if you do anything wrong, you're going to listen first from me, because I'm going to tell you what you have done wrong, what you could have done better, and what I see is the right thing to do. Because then what's going to happen is no one is going to give you any bullshit in your life, because you're going to come talk to mommy, what happened? And they got so confident,
Yeah.
because they are amazing. They absolutely amazing. And nowadays they are 17 and 19.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. But yeah, that's right. Like you said, unconditional love, that kids need to know that parents will love them no matter what. Whatever they do, whatever trouble they get in, yes, there will be consequences. Yes, you have to deal with it, but it doesn't change how I feel about you. The relationship is solid. Yeah, I love that. It's beautiful.
So I will just say that our next guest actually was at the wrong link.
Okay.
So I was like, make sure you go. I was like, where is she? So I'm making sure that she's coming to the right link.
Gotcha.
She should be here any minute.
Gotcha.
Just to make sure that we have time to say this, Maria, thank you for being here. I'm loving this conversation. And if you two didn't notice, and if the audience didn't notice, I think there's a collaboration there between Marcella and Maria. So I would love if you two could have a chat afterwards. Loving me pushing you. Yeah.
Absolutely. I can have your guest on my video cast too. It's all right. I love that. Okay.
So I just want to say thank you again, Maria, and we will chat later. This will have to be another one because we could keep doing this, but thank you. Our next guest is backstage. So
thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Enjoy your day.
Bye, ladies.
Bye, Maria. And Terri, thank you for coming to the room. Like, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay. Awesome. Oh, there we go. Hi, Terri.
Hi. Oh, wow. Look at you. Gorgeous.
Oh, that here looks similar. We were talking about the gamer chairs earlier.
Really? Yeah. It's comfortable. I like it.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about the confusion there. I was on the other link.
Nope, no worries. That's why I made sure to send people messages, because I'm like, oh no, I clicked the wrong link. on my phone. So I needed to share it with people.
Yeah, it told me I was
Thankfully,
backstage, but yeah, I didn't know.
Awesome. So Terri, this is my co-host on the side, Marcella.
Marcella, I'm familiar with Marcella. Hi, Marcella.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you. Lovely to see you too.
So today what our pattern is we've been, just to give you a heads up, we've been talking about the ways that we love to share a message, but we've also been talking about the ways that we don't love to share a message, that don't align with us, okay? That's kind of the theme for today. But I want to start with a question that kind of shakes you up just a little so that we don't get your pre-programmed elevator pitch. We get more of who Terri is and what Terri's all about. So
All right.
Are you ready for that one?
I am ready.
Okay, so Terri, if you could have other people to describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
3 words.
Mm-hmm. I know it's hard. Don't worry
Definitely
about
an optimist.
it. Ooh.
Positive.
Mm-hmm.
And loving.
Aww. I can feel the energy in that just already.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to soak it in. Everybody soak it in.
To be as sincere as I could be.
I can feel that. And just the way that you're sitting right now, it kind of looks like you have a crown and a veil behind you just because of the white and whatever's on the wall.
That's just the way the light's shining, I think. Yes.
I'm a princess.
Nice.
So, Terri, I would love to start by asking, why did you choose optimist, positive, and loving? What is it about those words that just make you feel like you?
Well, optimist came to me when I was very young. Okay. My mother and father started a business the year I was born. So my older sister and my grandfather really became my caretakers. And when I was about 5 years old, my sister went off. She went into the convent. And my grandfather died that year. So I lost both of my caretakers. And I was just very sad. And my mother could see that. And their business was a gift shop. So one day we were going to the gift shop to pick my mother up. And she had these 2 statues. And one was the pessimist, one was the optimist. And she said, you get to take one. You get to pick one. And she explained what they were. And I was excited because we never got to take anything home from the gift shop unless we worked for it, you know. But she explained to me, you know, that the optimist always looks at things to be happy about. And the pessimist always looks at things to be sad. And she said, they're both in the same world. It's what you look at. And she said, and you have a lot of, you know, I had 4 sisters. So one moved away. You still have, you know, your mom and dad that love you and your sisters. So I said, well, I want to be the optimist. So when I would be getting ready for school, I would have the optimist. And while I'm putting my clothes on, I was thinking about all the things to look for to make me happy. And that's kind of just carried through into my adult life. And I always say, thanks, Mom.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Mom. Terri's mom. I love that. So then how do these words, optimist, positive, and loving, how do they play a role in the message that you had to share with people?
Well, I call myself a happiness expert, right? But mainly because I lived through, I think that lesson when I was young prepared me for what was to come in my adulthood. I lived separated from my children through circumstances I couldn't control. And every day I had to get up and find something positive to focus on to get me through the day. I had to keep my mind occupied because if I started thinking about my kids, I would go downhill really fast. So that has shaped me. And then as a sales manager, I've been in the automotive world for over 30 years. And as a sales manager, you need to be a motivator and you need to stay positive no matter what's going on. So it served me well. But that's why I take pride in doing that. Plus the fact that I know now science says when you are in a positive state versus being neutral, even 31% better outcomes all around. Sales, 37% higher sales just from being positive. So I felt I put that to good use in my life.
So then do you have any tips for anyone? I've had a lot of conversations lately behind the scenes with people just about how they're feeling. And we all kind of all as in the people I've talked to, all kind of feel this heaviness on us lately. So can you give us any sort of tips or insight into how to deal in that moment?
Yes. I have a whole book, 10 Minutes to a Happier You, that gives you exercises that you breathe and you do different things to help you get rid of that heaviness. But the major thing is connect with your soul. People have the heaviness because they're trying to carry the load themselves. We're not designed that way. We are a 3-part being. And if you think about it, I had the experience of seeing my own soul. So it's very clear to me that the soul is an entity of itself. And if you think about a soul living in your body and you don't even pay attention to it, don't even acknowledge it, how happy can you be? And the world gets heavier and heavier and heavier. So
you get all those physical things going on.
Yes. And to me, that's the core of being happy. Because if you're not in connection with your soul, it's easy to be happy here and there, but for a sustained happiness, without that connection, I don't know how you do it.
I really love awareness questions. Do you have some sort of awareness question where we can kind of connect to our soul and the happiness within our soul?
Yes. Just ask yourself the question, am I aware?
Am I aware? Okay.
All right. And then once you ask that question, you go into and try not to answer it with your mind, but you just go into this place where you're kind of observing. And when I was living that difficult time, living separate from my kids, that's kind of what I had to do. I had to go into my head and just watch myself and narrate. I would narrate what I'm doing. Okay, now we're going to take a drink of water. Now we're going to do this. And I would just watch. And that's really trained my brain now that I can stay in that positive state.
That's our water reminder.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
I know. It's like, since you mentioned, now's the time. I love that. Even just that very simple question. Are you aware?
Am I aware?
Can I ask you right now in this moment, Terri, are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a different perspective. And you kind of just shift and just become aware that, I think of myself as a vessel for God's use. That's how I think of myself. I'm here to serve. And then, so many times I still get caught up in the story, in my own story. You get caught up in life because that's what we see. But when you can be aware that there's a higher power, I'm telling you, life just goes so much smoother. So much smoother.
So, Marcella, I'm going to ask you that same thing. Are you aware right now?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Terri, do you mind you because today is about Amplify Your Message, and you mentioned about your book. I wonder, when you was writing the book, what do you think you wanted to be the key message? Even though they have lots of tips that are around 10 minutes exercise, what was the key message for you they wanted to share?
I just wanted to help people. So many people over the years have told me, well, I don't have time to meditate. I can't quiet my mind. And I know, I see like blatantly how meditation has changed me. So I figured everybody could have 10 minutes. If you don't have 10 minutes for yourself, then that's pretty sad. So the exercise where you do this breathing and you smile and you move your arms and you do all these things for about 2 to 3 minutes. And what that does is it kind of like shakes your mind. So your mind gets off that rambling thing, because for breathing and smiling and moving around, it stops that pattern. And then you sit down and you do a breathing exercise and you just fill yourself with joy or love or gratitude, whatever, because we can generate emotions on demand.
Do we have 10 minutes while we do this exercise?
Even just 2, I love when there's something that can involve the audience at home too. So go ahead.
Sounds a bit silly and crazy,
I'll flail around if that's what it requires.
Yeah, it's that simple. Take deep breaths while you're smiling. Smiling is key, because when you smile, it releases these endorphins in your brain that help you to feel good.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to yawn.
Yawning is my way of processing. So
okay. But
my body's like, yes, we need to process this. Yawn.
and then you just sit and you know, fill yourself before you leave in the morning. It creates like a ripple effect. You know, by the end of the day, life filters in, but you start your day in that positive way. It makes a difference.
Yeah, I love this exercise, even to build the energy. You know, when we need a little break and we're just sitting here in our chairs for hours and hours. Yeah, that's a really good one. Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I started standing today. It's like, I don't want to sit in my chair, but I'm getting sore. So don't mind me as I shrink. I know. We're having fun this week, Terri.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh. Not everything is easy. So like all the tech issues or people not showing up, we're like, we get it. Life happens. So then you just call it out. Otherwise, people keep thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I tell people, I'm so sore. But we're going to have some fun. We're going to joke a little, and then we'll
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we all still aware?
Yes.
I'm very aware right now. Whew. Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I got my feet were in the sand again.
Okay.
Give me a minute. It's been a hard couple months. So let's go back to your message, your book. I love how breathing has been a pattern this week as I breathe through the pain. And just how much a simple breath can change us from any old thought that we're having to grounding ourselves, sticking our toes in the sand, and becoming into the present moment.
Yeah. If everyone could just stop like 1 minute, an hour, and sit and take a couple breaths and just be grateful for the air you breathe. And it just changes you. It shifts you, and it gets you into that awareness. 1 minute, 1 minute, an hour could change your life.
Have you heard of a gratitude rant?
A gratitude rant?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
It's like a verbal representation of you saying all the things that you feel grateful for, but just out loud. So then you just keep going. Sometimes, like Abraham Hicks, who we were talking about on Monday, she says just a gratitude rant for even 17 seconds.
Yeah,
will help change and shift your energy. So then I'm thinking, how powerful would it be if right now we took 30 seconds to just speak out loud some of the things that we are grateful for right now, to just showcase everything that you're telling us about the happiness, that it's a choice.
Yeah.
So if you could start us off, Terri, with just a couple things that you're grateful for, I would.
Well,
love that.
I'm actually very grateful to be having this conversation with you two lovely ladies.
Aww.
Very grateful.
What about you, Marcella?
I'm grateful for the wonderful weather that we have today in the UK.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm grateful again, Terri, for being here and having interviews with all of you, because it is something that fills my cup. And I know that when my cup is filled, I can work on my body so it's not in pain all the time. So thankful, grateful. Terri, back to you. What's something you're grateful for?
I am grateful for the air that I breathe.
Marcella?
I am grateful for all the knowledge that I have, and that every day I can learn with so many amazing people that I have in my life. Thank you.
I am grateful for both of you as human beings and being a part of the Blue Talks community, because we really do draw in those types of people who are supportive and loving and heart-centered, and to find a community like that means so much to me. So I'm grateful for that. So I loved that whole rant. I'm already feeling better.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
It changes, it shifts you inside.
Yeah.
Stress can't live in the same body with gratitude.
No. I love that. Can you repeat that?
Stress cannot live in the same body with gratitude.
Soundbite right there. So good. Terri, so you mentioned that you wrote a book. Is there any other ways that you love to share your message?
Yeah, for 10 years I was a sales sales trainer. And I just loved that. And we would all talk about the spiritual side of life because that comes into everything I do. And on days that we would talk about that and the law of attraction and everything, my soul would just be singing. You know, it excites me when I can share something that I know and see somebody's lights go on.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's my favorite part about speaking on a stage. You get to look at all the people in your audience and then you watch their faces go. In the silence, it is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
To me, it's magic. So you like to speak, you like to write. The question of the day is there a way that you don't like to share your message where it doesn't really align with who Terri is?
If there is, I haven't found that yet.
I love it.
Ooh.
I haven't found that yet.
Okay.
But I think the teaching role is like my favorite so far. But I haven't really done like a TEDx talk or a Blue Talk yet. But looking
It's so
forward
much fun. You're gonna love it when you do it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was going to say, is that style of speaking something that you're interested in?
Yes.
Ooh.
But you mentioned pain. Right now, I'm in a lot of pain with my hip. I'm having a hip replacement very soon. So I want to get past all that and then move forward with that.
Oh, yes. Yes. It's like I'm looking at double knee surgery. So I get you.
Oh, yes, you do. Good luck to you.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I actually need both hips done, but I'm only doing one at a time.
oh, yeah. No. One at a time. And my sister-in-law just got her hip replaced last week, I think it was.
Mm.
And she's in her 20s, like early 20s. I guess
Wow.
mid-20s now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Young for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's not fun. I'm watching her heal over social media. But you are surrounded by people to support you and who are still going to say, yay, Terri, in the middle of you healing and check on you. So,
Yes.
I love it.
Now I'm looking forward to it. I welcome it. Yeah.
So then what is it about writing that also feels aligned for you?
You know, I've always written since I was young, you know, in a journal, poetry and things. I don't know. I think it just calms me. Kind of like, I think of it as cleansing, you know, so I write a lot. I have piles and piles of notebooks that I never even look at, but I just can't bear to throw them out. You never know when you're going to go back and look at things.
See that dresser? Yeah, it's full.
But yeah, I think for me, it's just, number one, it puts me in a calm place because it makes you aware. It puts you in that watching spot. Right. And it just like allows, it's like a cleansing.
Oh, I liked that you said the watching spot. Our last guest was talking about observing, right? Being in that space of observation. And that's what I'm thinking now is when I write, I do. It's finally that chance to like have things come out of my mind onto a piece of paper, and then it comes in through different senses so that I can observe myself. Because sometimes it's really hard to observe myself.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Yeah. For the first book I wrote, the hardest thing was hitting done and sending it off. Because every time I would read it, you know, you just rearrange things, and that was the hardest thing. Yeah.
The first time I ever sent a mass email, I think I sat there for an hour going, I should press send. And then my finger would hover for a while. I'm like, no, I can't do it. And then I'd cry because it was exciting and it was also scary. And after the hour, I finally just clicked, like I hovered my finger over so I didn't press the wrong button, like delete. And then I pressed enter with my eyes closed. And then the little monkey hand came up and gave me a high five. I was like, I can't feel better. Like,
the things we do to torture ourselves.
I know. But like, why are those small moments so difficult sometimes?
Because you're putting yourself on the line.
You really are.
It is. It's scary.
So if we could crazy cool, snap our fingers, rub a genie lamp kind of thought process here. If you could do that and just have some sort of new opportunity of you sharing your message, singing, writing, poetry, art, whatever it happens to be, what would be crazy cool to happen?
I guess just reaching more people, having a wider reach than I have. Because yeah, I would love. Like can you imagine if everybody in the world was just at peace?
Actually, I have a friend of mine who's part of Blue Talks community who's creating and running a global peace day in 2025. So if you want me to connect you with her, I am more than happy to.
I would love that. So this year I've been invited. I had the honor. I don't know if you've ever heard of Humanities Team. They're a nonprofit, and their goal is to have conscious living on Earth by 2040. So that's their mission. And I was honored. I was just invited a few weeks ago to host. They have a global summit, a global oneness summit every year, and it's in October. And I've been invited to sponsor and host a show.
Nice. Congratulations.
So that is a global audience. So maybe my wish is coming true.
Okay, universe, God, spirit, whatever word you like to use. There we go. That's Terri's plan. So
Yes.
Let's lean into that. What's the energy of that? How would that make you feel accomplishing and doing all of that?
Gosh, it already has me so excited. It's just thrilled, and it took me up a notch, and it puts me even more into that awareness spot, which, is the consciousness. And because we are all one, we're all connected in this consciousness.
Yep.
And the more people, I've often asked this to many people over the years. If peace on earth depended on your internal world, would we have peace? And most people have that reaction like,
wow.
But that's the truth. Be the change you want to see in the world. If you want to see world peace, you need to have inner peace. And so that's the message I would like to get out to people. Just be at peace. And to be at peace, you just have to accept what is instead of giving it resistance. Like, I don't want that. This is not what I want. Just welcome everything into your life, whatever shows up, good, bad, or indifferent. Welcome it.
Have you heard of the poem The Guest House by Rumi?
No.
No? Ooh, I suggest you to look it up afterwards because I don't have it memorized. But basically, it's talking about how all of our emotions are like guests in the house that is us. To welcome them all in as if they were your friend.
Yes.
And I was like, ooh, that's exactly what you're talking about. Because then if it's fear or if it's disgust or whatever it is, if you're treating it kindly, it will go quicker.
But
exactly.
It
doesn't take root. It's just, passing through. And that's the flow of life. If you just let life flow through you. And don't identify with the feeling like I'm angry. Don't be angry because now you're saying I am angry. Just say, I feel angry. If you feel angry, you can change your feelings. Yeah. But when you say I am, you're cementing it.
Ooh, I love that reminder. It's like I'm experiencing anger.
Yeah.
I'm expressing anger. I am feeling angry. Yeah. I love all of that.
Yeah. And it's interesting that sometimes then it's just not even ours. We just had that feeling.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with us. And we just need to acknowledge, okay, this is not me. Why this is happening? It's true, huh?
And it's
so
letting... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if you have... I see books on your shelf. So are any of them your book? Like, do we get to see the cover of your book?
Oh, sure.
If it's handy, I mean, you have to run around your house, but if it's right there.
It actually has two, as far as I remember.
Oh, yeah. Show us both.
Here we go.
So this is the first one.
Oh.
Journey to My Soul, Following Divine Navigation.
Yeah.
Talks about the inner guidance from the spirit. And the second one is the 10 minutes to a happier you. Start your day in a positive way.
A fortune cookie.
A fortune cookie. Yeah, because on my Facebook page, I do today's fortune cookie, a positive statement every day. But that's actually a nickname I was given. because of my positive attitude in the car business. I was a sales manager at one point. This is years ago. But somebody I work with, they all had nicknames. And at first my nickname, they called me Woohoo, because every time we sold a car, I'd go woohoo. But then one day, one of the salesmen turned to me, something happened. I don't even remember what happened. Let's say a car got damaged or something. I don't know what happened. And he turned around to me and said, okay, fortune cookie, let's see you put a positive spin on this one. And I'm telling you, when he called me fortune cookie, it ignited this fire in me that really drove me to write. I just I had to write since then. And I started today's fortune cookie, and I would do it in an email and send it out to people I've worked with and family and whatnot. And then it became my Facebook page. So, yeah. So a lot of people didn't know where that fortune cookie, and I've been told that the fortune cookie looks like a butt. But
yeah.
I don't want to say that,
I didn't want to say it.
Actually, but the first thing I have seen, but not the cookie.
See, how do you put a spin on that, Terri?
Yeah. It is what it is. It gets people's attention, though.
It really does.
Sure does.
I love it. And what was the other? Oh, the other thing we were going to play today is what's called the pickle game. And we have a few minutes left. Okay. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes. So the pickle game, if you've never heard of it, I learned it from a couple friends of mine at a networking event. And basically what it is usually when you go on some sort of news or interview on TV or something, they ask you weird questions sometimes, but you're on the news to share about a book or share some sort of message that you have. So then the game is to take their weird question and to turn it into the intention that you have of why you're on the show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a question and you're going to relate it to the thing that you do. So Terri, no, we'll get Marcella. Marcella, will you pick a random object or thing?
Here we go.
Oh, what's that? Is that your computer mouse?
Computer mouse, yeah.
So then the question for you, Terri, is what does a computer mouse have to do with the work that you do?
Well, I use the mouse all the time when I'm writing. So it comes into play quite often because I don't do anything without the computer when I'm writing. So it plays right into it.
It's pretty good. I was like, first try, you don't even know what the game is. You're like, how do I do this? Yeah, exactly. So you can get a lot more intricate, but it's kind of fun. I was in an interview once where somebody asked me how conditioner, like hair conditioner, had to do with my work. I'm like, oh, okay. How do I make an analogy? How do I connect this?
Did you succeed at that?
Of course I did. Yesterday, my favorite song is Making Shit Up As I Go. Yesterday, I was showing Marcella random things. And after our interview, I showed her this remote. So she asked me, she's like, how does the remote have anything to do with the work that you do? So I went on this 2-minute spiel of how it came into play. This one's fun though, because it has all the different colors.
Oh yeah.
And I was joking that at the beginning of the day, my face is fine. But then as the day goes by, I'm laughing so much, I'm having a good time, my body temperature's up, that my face gets red. So then I need to switch it to green so that you don't see it as much.
Very cool.
This is me having fun and courageously connecting with all the people. Cool. So Terri, I want to know just a little bit more about first off, let's make sure that we know where to find you first, and then I'll ask you a couple more questions. Okay. So where do we find you, and what is your favorite way of communicating with people?
People can find me on my website,
okay,
which is thinkhappybehappy.com. Easy to remember.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And my favorite way of communicating with people would be in a Zoom call. I like live things, but email is also okay. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like to connect with people in Zoom.
Good. So now that we know where to find you, what are your favorite types of conversations? Like if people connect with you on social media, how do you like them to engage? What do you want to talk about there?
I enjoy any conversation that's genuine. So I just love getting to know people. I love talking about what we've been talking about today, the awareness, the spiritual connection. But I just love talking to people and finding out what makes them tick.
Me too.
After all, that's the uniqueness of each of us. We all have our own, even though we're all one, we have our own separate light to shine. Suzanne Geisman explains it in a way I love. She uses the disco ball, the mirror ball. She said, we're like all this one ball, but we all have our own little sparkle.
I like that. I used to have a little disco ball. It was hanging from the sprinkler system when I moved into the old condo. And then we didn't bother taking it because it was part of the condo. You just leave it where it was, hoping that the next person would enjoy it.
I
thought about the same
little
thing.
Disco balls for my Christmas tree.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We used the disco ball as the Death Star from Star Wars, because every year we would decorate the tree with some sort of theme. And our very first year when we got a tree, we used the disco ball as the Death Star. And then we had, of course, Darth Vader and all the stormtroopers and like black ribbon and white lights. It was a lot of fun.
It was fun. That sounds fun.
It was. So Terri, excuse me. I also want to make sure that you have a couple minutes to share what you need to share. So then the question is, if there was something that you needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
To go within.
Ooh.
That would be my number one biggest message. Go within or go without.
Oh. And a joke from yesterday, or the 2x4. Who was it that said that? Debora was saying that. Yeah. Okay, so Terri, we do have a couple minutes. So then I'm going to ask, what would be crazy cool to happen next for you? So we talked about the crazy cool for your message, what would be fun, but just what would be crazy cool to happen to you next this year? Or I guess next year.
Well, everything would fall into place because, I am writing another book, a book on sales, but I'm revamping my website right now. So yeah, what I would love is just to step into this space and make it my life. It's been mainly a hobby, but now I'm ready. I'm ready to go full time now.
Wonderful.
What makes you feel like you're ready? Why now?
Because I have the time now.
Yeah.
And once I get this hip taken care of, then, I'm ready to walk into that space.
Walk or metaphorically run?
Run. Yeah. I'll be able to run.
Will you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. So then,
I enjoy this type of conversation. I love helping people. So many people, like you said, are walking around with this heavy weight on their shoulder, and it doesn't have to be that way. Life doesn't have to be that hard. Even though there's challenges that we face, it doesn't have to be as difficult as we make it sometimes.
So then in about 60 seconds, I just want to make sure that you have your time. You came in late, but our next guest is here too. So
okay,
with the time that we have left, about 60 seconds or less, is there anything that you need support on that maybe us or our audience members could help you with?
Yeah, just help me spread the word. Share links to my book, to my website, and just share it with your friends. That's how that ripple effect.
Exactly.
Let's send the positivity out into the world.
I love that. Oh, we're going to leave it there. Send the positivity out into the world. Yes.
Yeah,
so I want to take this time to say thank you, Terri. And
Thanks,
yes, you got on the right link. You made it. We actually had our interview. So
has been wonderful to have you again, Terri. So
yes, it was wonderful to see you again too. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Bye, Terri.
Bye.
So our next guest is behind the scenes and ready and waiting. So Tom, if you're ready to come up. I know. You're like, oh, we know people. Hi, Tom.
Yes.
Ladies.
Hello, Tom.
Hello, how is everyone today?
Sore.
Well,
I'm starting to after an hour and a half now.
I know.
Wow.
Okay. What we might have to do then is after Tom or even in the middle of Tom, depending on where our conversations go, is we might have to stand up and just like move around and do something.
Ooh,
So Tom, if you can work that into some sort of way of us working with and practicing something that you're going to share with us today, maybe that could be fun. Just put in a little seed there and we'll see if it germinates.
yeah, there's no water. Well, here's the water, and I guess we need some fertilizer. We'll see what happens.
What was that, Marcella?
He literally just arrived and you throw all of this.
Oh, I was talking to Tom before we went live. You think Tom knows me at least a little bit enough by now to know that I just shake things up.
Hey, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Thank you, Tom, and being so playful with us. I do like to start the interviews with another fun question, specifically to shake up the way that you're thinking, because most of these interviews and different podcasts and stuff, they all start with, "Hi, Tom, what do you do? What are the skills you have?" And it's just this elevator pitch that's pre-recorded in your brain that you're just reciting. But I want to know who Tom is. So the question here, Tom, if you're ready, is if you could have other people to describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
It's a very interesting question, and I know no one prepares for it.
No, that's why I do it.
Catch them on it. So, introspective,
Ooh,
calm, and confidant.
confidant. I want to make sure I'm
I love
spelling
that.
that.
Like Marcella's sitting there, she's taking it all in, and she's having all these thoughts.
I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking, this is not the Tom that I know. I wouldn't say these 3 words about him.
All those, she has all of those. She's getting all of these messages and all of these ideas, and she appears to be sitting in silence, but there's a lot going on.
Ooh, so then maybe I should make Marcella ask all the questions for this interview.
We could do that. We could do that.
It's your space, your time, Tom.
Okay.
So then, Marcella, you get the next question. Go ahead. I'm going to just watch. This will be fun.
The next question. Right. We're talking about message today, and I actually have watched Tom speaking at Columbia University. At the end of his talk, he got extremely emotional. There were some tears coming out. And Tom, do you still remember what was your last words about synchronicity? Because I think
Absolutely.
That was a beautiful message. Please share.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the tears. There's a time that I'll get emotional, and it overcomes me. And I'm trying to, I don't want to lose that, but at the same time, I want the message to get through. So, traveled to New York. This is almost a month ago. And again, getting to New York wasn't easy. The hardest part of getting onto that stage is to get you there. And so, of course, in my mind, I thought I had the toughest journey. It ended up, I had the easiest journey in terms of getting to New York. It was the shortest flight. I made it to downtown in about an hour and a half. Everyone else took, a lot longer. People came from across the continent. Marcella came across, the ocean. And what was interesting, again, these synchronicities that show up in our daily lives. And actually, I came up with a term yesterday. I called it simple synchronicities. It seems as though we get some simple ones, and then we get some ones that are a little bit more complex. We can go into that a little later. I was in New York, and I was checking into the hotel. And I looked down below my feet, and there was a penny. Now, Laura, we're from Canada. We don't have pennies anymore. So, hey, see a penny, pick it up. Mm-hmm. Picked up the penny and just put it aside. And I said, okay, that was interesting. Later on, I think a night and a half later, I'm walking the streets of New York, and I'm speaking to a friend of mine, going over, what's been happening in New York and the energy and so on and so forth. And what I mean by the energy, there was almost a separate energy from what was going on in the city, what was going on at Columbia University. It was raining, so I had my collar up, and that leads into another story. And I found another penny. Okay, so two. So now I put that penny in my pocket, and I got off. I did something that every tourist should do, and I was taking the subway, and I missed my subway stop the next day, and I went a little farther. So I got out of the subway stop. It wasn't that far, so I just walked back to my hotel. As I'm walking back to my hotel, another penny. So now I have my 3 pennies. Okay. I wasn't counting. It was going to be 3, 4. I was hoping it was going to be 10 million, but that didn't happen. So I'm getting ready for my talk. And then, I was fortunate enough to be the MC. And then I was able to do an interview with, with one of the participants, with Victoria, which was a great interview, great opportunity. Oh, I'm going to bring the pennies with me. So I put the 3 pennies in my pocket.
Yeah.
I get to Columbia, and it was a challenge that day actually to get into the venue. There were a number of hurdles, a number of blocks just for us to move forward, but everyone made it. We made it through. It was a perfect day. Before my speech, Corey's there. Corey's at the back, and Corey starts talking about the power of 3. And he was talking about how he was stuck on 4 on TED Talks. He wanted to move to number 5. And so then he goes back to the number 3, I reach in my pocket and I show him the 3 pennies. I utilized that in my speech at, towards the end. And it was almost as though there was a flood of emotion that came in at the end of the speech, because I had completed that part of the journey, that part of the path. And I don't know how it sounded, but I hope the message got out. So that's the story of my 3 pennies. I still have them. I'm looking for a way to display them and keep them with me.
Yeah, but what was the message about the synchronicity?
The synchronicity message, I think some people overanalyze the synchronicity, and other people ignore them. They don't even look for them. They don't see them, and they stay away from them. I believe we all get them. They happen to all of us throughout our day. And for me, the synchronicities are really they're a guidepost showing us that, yes, you're on the right path. You're on the path you're supposed to be. If we get a different type of synchronicity, because also came up in my speech, where about stubbing my toe, where someone had related to me that you stub your toe before the universe breaks your leg. So if you need a little nudge somewhere, the universe will nudge you a little bit, but then afterwards they'll get the 2x4 out and move you.
Yep. Thanks for that reference.
Well, it's there. So that's how I see the synchronicities. Now, there are much larger ones that happen in our lives, but I think when we have the smaller ones and we recognize the smaller ones, we open up to that invisible energy, and we're saying to that energy, yes, I see that you're there. I see that you're working in the background. Just, let's keep working together. Let's work together, and let's see where this is going to go.
So what does synchronicity mean to you? Because it's kind of a newer term that's being used a lot, at least in my space, because of Corey. But for those who are unfamiliar, what does synchronicity mean?
Well, it's one of those events in your life or someone else's life where you could be thinking of a person and suddenly the phone rings. You could be thinking of, I'm kind of hungry. I'd really like a hamburger. Someone shows up at the front door with a hamburger, and that has happened. I could really go for a coffee. You get a phone call from a friend and they say, hey, let's go out for a coffee. We hadn't had a chat for a while. So these events that occur in our lives, and it's when we look back and we say, we see how they lined up on our path, and they start to make more sense. We do flip over and we start to recognize when we have these synchronicities, okay, something's going on here, or yes, I'm on the right path, or this is where I am supposed to be, or the message comes in a little stronger and maybe I should just make a little shift. So.
Yeah, there have been some strong messages lately. of starting the yawn again. And if you aren't sure, a yawn when I'm processing, but sometimes it's not me that I'm processing. Sometimes it's somebody else I'm processing.
Mm-hmm.
But the yawning's not because we're boring. Yawning is because I'm trying to release the tension.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah. Oh, Tom, no.
Oh, really?
Anything personal related to Laura.
Please look at the time.
I can't actually wear a watch. I will kill the battery in about half a day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tom, we had mentioned before about the $2 bills behind you on the wall.
Yes.
We're also playing a game today called the Pickle Game, where we choose a random object and we get the person or guinea pig, aka you, the guest, to figure out a way to tie in this random object with the work that they do. So can you tie in what the $2 bills on your back wall there have to do with the work that you do and the message that you have?
Absolutely. So right now, in terms of the work that I do, this is really my apprenticeship. And I was relieved of my working position last year. And what do I do next? And again, a number of synchronicities occurred to put me on this path. And there's so much to learn. This is a very, very different genre. The same in some ways in terms of speaking, in terms of organizing, in terms of dealing with people, in terms of organizing your thoughts, in terms of organizing your life. And yet there's much more Zoom. There's much more involved in terms of, the people that you're dealing with and the message you're trying to get across. In doing all of this, there is a cost. It's not as though everything is free. And so we need some shekels to help us with our path. And yet we're making an investment into ourselves. And we're making an investment. There is a monetary investment. There's also an investment of time. There's also an investment of dedication. And, there's a number of other investments that need to be made if you're going to pursue any path. And it's not going to be easy, particularly if you're stepping out of your comfort zone. When you move outside of the comfort zone and you get into an area that is fresh, that is new, that you're taking a risk, you're going to feel some pressure. And pressure at times is necessary because pressure will move us forward.
I like that. So can you give us just a little more clarity on how it is that you work with your clients? Like, who do you work with? What do you do with them?
I love that question because I would love to get that answer myself. Currently not working with clients. As I've said, this is brand new, and I'm in the middle of my apprenticeship. So
you're your own client at the moment.
I am my own client, exactly. Yeah. And then utilizing, Laura Lake's expertise, Marcella's expertise, and everyone that I meet. And it's been very, very interesting in a number of ways. It's been freeing. We get, when we're working, let's call it in the public, or working full time, we start to be put into boxes, and at times we put ourselves into boxes, and it has been freeing coming out of some of those boxes, because yes, it's nice to have a title. It's nice to have people line up because they need to talk to you. It's nicer if they want to talk to you. And dismantling some of these boxes has been a very interesting adventure for me. Initially, I was holding on to the past, and I think we all do. It could be a natural thing. A friend of mine is actually very good at that. He just, when something new starts, he rips the Band-Aid off and he marches into what's new. And there's some lessons to be learned from that. And so in terms of what I'm doing, what I'm learning, everything started to fall into place just prior to Columbia. So it was confirmed mid-March that I was going to be able to speak at Columbia. Then I was asked to be the MC. What was interesting about that process is suddenly when you have a speech to create and you are only thinking about having to create a speech, that's one thing. Suddenly when you have to create a speech that creates a whole other pressure. And I have to congratulate Marcella. There was a technical difficulty, and suddenly she had to create a third speech.
Oh, wow.
And she did it with flying colors. And that was an example where she didn't get flustered. She got into the moment, and she delivered what was probably her better speech, which was eye-opening. There's again something to learn from each encounter, from each experience. Now, sometimes we want to turn the learning off, and we want to just let our mind be free and easy, but that only lasts for so long. The monkey mind will kick in, and it'll start distracting you. But then you have to understand, okay, what's my North Star? What is my goal? What is my purpose? Where am I going? What is my path?
Okay, follow-up question then. What would be crazy cool? We're talking like light switch, snap your fingers, rub a genie in the lamp kind of thing. What would be crazy cool to happen to Tom in the next 12 months?
I'm going to be really bad and not answer your question directly, and I'll get to the answer.
Okay.
And, so what happened recently, I started this series on Walk Your Path in terms of 30-second snippets of videos that I'm posting to my social media. Mm-hmm. And that one action because of other action. So I'd met Tom down in New York, and then Morgan Massey in New York. Yes. And I saw two of their videos, and I go, that's an interesting idea. So Morgan's was a video through the forest to another home. And it was on May 4th, because someone in the back room was saying, "May the 4th be with you." Yeah. And they were discussing what that was all about. And it was snowing in Reno, which doesn't necessarily always happen. Mm-hmm. And then Tom's running an Ironman, so he's posting a video every day on his training. And so I got this idea, maybe I could do something with this. So there's this one area where I walked, and there was this path. I came upon this path, and there were two branches to it, right and a left. So my first snippet was, you're going to come to a path, and you're going to have to make a decision. Are you going to go right, or are you going to go left? And that was the first video. And after I did that one, I got a message from my aunt saying, "Was that you?" And yeah, it was. And I got a few other messages. Okay, that's interesting. So I started the second video saying that, I guess I've started a series called Walk Your Path. And I went into how, if I went to the left, it's interesting that path created another opportunity, and there was a second path already. And life isn't going to be easy on you. There are a lot of decisions that you're going to make. Life also wants to understand if you're serious about this. Are you serious about walking the chosen path? We can walk a path of being a professional. We can walk the path of being a mother. We can walk the path of being a father. We can walk a variety of paths. What's your true calling? And what I believe is that I'm on this current path, and there have been little signs that show up, and it will bring me to ultimately what I'm supposed to be doing. So within 12 months, I would love to have a published book on my own. Luckily through Blue Talks, we'll be able to, create a chapter. And I have two ideas now in a chapter. I've got my speech from Columbia, and I have my Walk My Path series, where it's giving me pieces every day. And then when I listen to people like yourself, Laura and Marcella, I get ideas. It's very interesting what Marcella did down in Columbia, and how she leveraged every little piece of Columbia University. She had seen things on the faculty house that we didn't see, and she posted on her social media, which again sparked my mind, saying, okay, keep your eyes open. You think you might be aware, but that at times you're still sleeping. So there always seems to be higher and higher levels. So back to your question, Laura, I'd like to have a published book. And I'll certainly be in Blue Talks. Interestingly enough, Morgan, she coaches people on how to publish a book, and I met her in New York. So again, another synchronistic event, which and they happen so frequently that we only we need to pay attention or open our mind or get out of our monkey mind and get into the flow to really see what's going on.
Yeah.
And what I love, you know, in what I have met and what I have seen from Tom, what he was describing is not a person I actually have met, is that he has this amazing wisdom within himself. You know, he also has a very rich background in personal development. And I was like, okay, what are you going to do with all of this knowledge? Because you certainly will have your tribe waiting to hear your message. I think what you have been sharing so far is being extremely inspirational. And we do need more male just doing what you want to do, writing books, you know, speaking with people, being at service and supporting others. So I'm waiting until, you know, these next 12 months to come and see what sort of transformation life and all of these paths are going to take you.
Well, I'm anticipating as well, but I'm not trying to jump too far forward. I have certain ideas in my mind and I see them there, but almost in the same way, a picture of a path came up where you see the path entering into the forest, but it's veering over to the one side and actually elevating. And you can see that there's rays of sunshine coming through the path, but it's not illuminating your part of the path right now. I still need to get to that path, make the turn before the sunshine can come down and help me out. And I think we have that. I think that a lot of people experience that, and or a lot of people look too far forward that they stumble on the route in front of them. They fall down and they can't move forward. They can't get to that ultimate goal because they've forgotten they've got to take that first step first, or the third step, or the fifth step, or the 1400th step, or accumulating 100,000 of those dollars behind me. Or a million.
I like that you brought the pennies back in. So Tom, you talked about writing. Is writing something that you've always liked, or was there ever a time that you did not like it at all? Like,
again, another synchronistic event. I think you're going to have Carl and Amy from Mind Flavors here.
Yes.
So I have a list, and there's about 8 or 9 people that have really, really helped me out over the last number of months from Blue Talks that I've met through the organization.
Nice.
And Amy and Carl, they hosted a masterclass, and they went through a number of modalities. And interestingly enough, the one modality that they came up with was a writing modality. And it was you're writing to your subconscious. And so at night, at night, I want to quiet things down. I want to keep things dark. I want to have a good sleep. And so I would start to do that. Well, they added another idea to what I could do prior to going to sleep. And it was writing to your subconscious. And so I started writing.
Wow, you're taking serious? Yeah.
It's something that held. It's one of those. So I'll just look at the first date. It was November 29th. And I've continued to write to my subconscious each and every night. And there's an aspect of this, of doing this, that you're actually grateful as well. So you program your subconscious, you are releasing, let's say, some blockages around love, and then, showing that you're grateful. Now, there's more to it than just that. And Carl and Amy can have a masterclass just on this. And if you were to ask them that, the question around the subconscious writing, that would be awesome, because I need a refresher.
Subconscious writing. Okay, so
is it today that you will join us?
Conscious. Not today. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're either Thursday or Friday. I don't know. But it reminded me of what I do. So I go through a lot of notebooks. We kind of laughed about that earlier.
Okay.
But at the beginning of every single notebook, for the last probably 10 notebooks, what I do is, it kind of relates to that subconscious writing. I think to myself, what do I need to hear on those bad days where I'm not really my best self. So then I write, there we go, a love note to myself on all the things that I'm doing really well at, and sharing all of the words that I need to hear to help me get back into a good place as a lovely love letter. And then I'll highlight all of it. And it's just this huge mass of love and support and validation and appreciation, but coming from me as a show of force that I already have all of this within me and I can support myself. I don't need to have other people do it. So stop like making that desperate attempt to have other people fill my needs for me. I can start with me. So start here. And like now I also have basically a diary of where I've been, what I've learned, how I've dealt with it, how I was feeling, and what I needed to hear in those moments. All for the last few years. It's like, oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Will be even more beautiful what you're going to do with all of the information in a few years.
Eventually put it into a book. Like all the it's really messy, but all the questions that I asked at the beginning, those 3 words, I've been keeping track for over a year of that question with these Blue Talks interviews. So I have hundreds of people that I've interviewed at this point that have answered that same question. And eventually there will be a book describing that and some research around that, because I do think it's interesting. I think it's something that we can relate to, just like Corey's talking about purpose, right? And he has his own question of, if you go back and you could talk to yourself, or if you were sitting beside somebody on a plane, what would you share? So Tom, I'm going to ask you, since Corey's book is coming out, The Enlightened Passenger, right? If you were sitting next to somebody on a plane and they were just looking for any sort of advice that you could give them, what kind of advice would you give them?
You're on a path, and that path will eventually take you to your ultimate destiny. And yet what you may think is your ultimate destiny is very different from what your thoughts will be on that. And part of the path is the discovery and understanding, okay, what am I here to do? I've been joking a little bit about the shekels behind me, and we need that to take care of our needs. And yet, as Corey says, once you get onto purpose and you have a purpose-filled life, there are books been written on it, then your life does take on a different level of meaning. And what's the quote? There are 2 important days in a person's life: the day they were born and the day that they discover why they're here.
Oh, I like that.
And I think that quote, that it continues to redefine yourself, because I think you discover why you're here in a different way each and every day. And it seems to change through the decades of our life. So from 0 to 10 is very, very playful. And then it's a different life from 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40. I know someone had mentioned they'll be that next year. So we can't necessarily get beyond that right now. And so the decades almost seem to take on the seasons of your life, where you've got a spring, you've got a summer, you have a fall, and then you have a winter. And the universe is kind with winter because it gives you a little message by starting to color your hair, and suddenly it gets a little gray, and then it gets silver, and it gets very, very, very white as you enter into that winter phase. Laura, you're still in your summer. You're good. Laura and Marcella, you guys are in your summer.
I'm getting the white hairs at the front. My daughter keeps pulling them out. I was like, leave them. It's going to be beautiful. Just let it be.
So depending on who's sitting beside me, if it was myself, young and full of vigor and ready to take on the world, enjoy that energy when you can, because later on, when you get through your seasons, you'll take the world on in a different way. So go 100%, go 110% in all things. But as they say, moderation is important, particularly in moderation. Yeah. So have fun, but just be careful.
That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Like, I commented on this a couple times this week. I feel like I am closing. Do this way. No, this way. Yeah, there we go for the video. I'm closing a chapter, and there's still a lot of fear and stuff about moving forward and some grief about having to close a chapter where I haven't turned the page to start writing the next chapter yet. I'm kind of in that limbo phase of, I'm sad that this is all closing and that all the hardship and the chaos and all of that addiction to it is coming to an end. And then I'm still in this grief phase of, but after the conversations in the last few days, I'm starting to feel myself pull out of that. And that's one of the reasons why I love these conversations so much. They fill my cup. They make me feel like I'm more of me.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you reflect to me the things that you love, it reminds me of what I love. So then, like, thank you to both of you and everyone we've spoken with, that I'm starting to feel, look, I'm wearing color today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Tom.
Well, and the thanks goes to the people that we meet. Again, just prior to writing my speech, I found there was a block. I couldn't get through this block. I couldn't actually take the step. I was stuck somewhere. And then Lori Chenger from Blue Talks helped out. She had this beautiful breathing exercise for me.
Oh.
And it just released whatever that tension is. She found this tension, where it was. And we did the breathing exercise and it just released it. And then boom, the speech came out. And I had to move to the next step. Sometimes we don't necessarily want to move to the next step. We want to hold on to the familiar. Yeah. And yet when we do take that it's not even a leap, it's just the next step. Versus if we stay where we are, we get into a circular pattern where we just simply, we move around and we revisit aspects of ourselves. And as someone else had mentioned, we're going to stub our toe until the universe breaks our leg, or we're going to have a little splinter until the 2x4 comes out.
Yep. So Marcella had mentioned that you have a lot of personal development training. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Like what inspired you to learn all of the things that you've learned?
I was raised Roman Catholic. And so Roman Catholic is Catholic, Laura, just in case you wonder. So you're Catholic too.
Used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah. And my mother was such a devout Catholic, an incredible Catholic that, later on in her life, she would be at 3 different churches during the week. And everyone at that church thought she was there full time because she would go so often. And she was also torn because she could read cards. So she was a psychic. Mm-hmm. And so we would see that happening in the house along with, her praying. So there was a lot of prayer in the home on her own and within the family. So it's as though this sacred space was created. And when I got to high school, I had these coaches in football and hockey that really taught us visualization. Mm-hmm. And to get an understanding of if you want something, place it in your mind and then work towards it. Then, that continued with work with Tony Robbins. It continued with, a number of different books that I had read earlier on in life. And then in my late 20s, I got involved with doing transcendental meditation. And at that point, I hadn't stopped. I've been doing transcendental meditation twice a day for the last 34 years. And that's probably the greatest thing that has happened for me. And I'm grateful for it all the time. So in terms of the personal development, I again thank my mother. We all thank our mothers. She created this sacred space early on in my life, and she taught us to go within. And I didn't realize what that would mean throughout my life. So, we zig and we zag through life. It's not a straight line. And that has almost been one of the straight lines in my life where this internal aspect of me has always been there. And, part of my journey then is taking that internal aspect of me and connecting it with everyone else's internal aspect, because that's how we're one. Yeah. We look a little different to each other on the outside, but it's our spirit, it's our soul. It's that's the connection that we have to each other. And as Marcella was speaking earlier, I'm in a male body in this particular lifetime, and I'm going to relate in a certain way. And I think between the three of us, we're all going to attract different types of clients and different people into our life. But our message the essence of our message will be the same or very, very similar. And I think that's the case for everyone that you're speaking to this week.
Yeah. So a harder question right now. Was there ever a time where you were told that you couldn't do something? So we were kind of discussing earlier, there was a couple of us who were told we'd never be writers. And so we just kind of shut off that part of our lives. Was there ever a time in your life like that where somebody else on the outside of you just told you, you cannot go down this path, since we're using the path? That's not your path. Take some other path.
It's happened a number of times. It's not happened once or twice. And I think it's learning. There's a particular skill that you learn to get over that. Mm-hmm. And, you just even previously walking up to the Blue Talk stage, come on, really, you're going to do this? And I look back at my life, and there was a time that my father gave me a look because I thought I was going to win this award at school. And he looked at me like, you? And I remember, going into a new school and being the last pick, for the baseball game at recess. And then eventually that award that I won was the athletic and student award a few years later. I remember walking into the Catholic high school that I was part of, and I wanted to do certain things there in terms of, athletics, not knowing the soul, not playing some of these games in the past, and, got over the hump and was, successful at that level. I'm not a pro athlete. Let's not fool ourselves. And yet we have, I call them goblins that are gobbling up our goals. Mm-hmm. And I think when we're younger, they're big, they're huge. They are in the closet, they are under the bed. And if our mind is thinking of it, if we can conceive it, we can do it. And then it becomes, a question of how crystal clear do you want to get with that conception? Mm-hmm. So these goblins are trying to gobble all of our goals at every step. So isn't it interesting that every time we think of something new to do, there is someone that comes along and says, you're going to do that? No, you're not going to do that. I was in the photocopier business, and I did that for 5 years to start. And then I got into fundraising. And then after that, I got into the dental business. And so many people said to me, what the heck do you know about that? I said, I don't know anything, but I have to start somewhere. And at the end of my career, I've been director of sales, been able to grow a large sales team across the country, contacts all over the world, and reach a certain level of success that you can say, yeah, I fooled them. Maybe in some ways we're all bad actors. And so yes, there's a number of times that the universe, your mind, your monkey mind, people that are your friends, sometimes they're looking out, for your best interest because they don't want you to be disappointed. I think sometimes we need to reach for disappointment, because if we don't reach for it, where are we going to go? We're going to end up being in the same place, and we're not going to be able to expand. We're not going to be able to meet new people that will have such an influential such an influential part of our lives as I have in the last 6 months. I had a massive network of people that helped me along the way prior to coming to Blue Talks. And I looked at my new network, and it's absolutely incredible what's happened. And it doesn't just happen here, it does happen elsewhere. And it seems to be a consistent action of the people, of the individuals that say, you're right, I can't do it. Watch me.
I do want to share a comment with you. Sandra's like, love the goblin analogy. Thank you, Sandra. I do too. I think it was Vishen from Mind Valley who described all of the chaos in our lives, or these goblins, as the beautiful destruction. And as soon as I heard that term, it made me feel like all of those goblins in my life, especially the tech goblins that are trying to tear me down, that they're there for my greater good. It's like, oh, and just like the guest house earlier, we were talking right before you came on about this poem by Rumi called The Guest House. Whereas if I just treat these goblins, or in that case for the poem, our emotions, as guests in my house with kindness and with love, then they don't have that control over me like I originally would have let them. So then I get to be more of me, and I get to feel more supported every day. So thank you.
Absolutely. And the guests in our house are a lot like fish. After 3 days, it's time to get out. So goblins, we'll give you 3 seconds, we'll give you 3 minutes, but it's time to leave. And in some ways, maybe the goblins are a sign. They're a sign to let you know, okay, yeah, if there's this much against me, what are they holding me back from? There's something that has to come out of me. Now we're talking about when you're on purpose, when you're on that purposeful path.
Mm-hmm.
If you have destructive habits in your life, that's another discussion.
Yeah. I think we've all been to that point at least once in our lives where we're like, I don't want life to be like this, which I kind of feel like there was part of that with me a couple months ago and being stuck on the couch for a month. It's like, I don't want to move forward. Because I'm scared. How do I prevent myself from moving forward? Well, I can give, not fill my own cup, wear myself down again. And then my body physically can't do the things that I want to do. My mind mentally can't. Like, I couldn't even think of the word pen. Simple words like that. So having a conversation with people wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Oh, wow.
Bad. Oh, yeah. So then it's like asking, I'm going to ask you this, Tom. In those moments where you are the one being the goblin in your own life, how do you give yourself some grace in that moment? And as we've been using the term, like, lean into that experience so that we can get out of our own way. Do you have any insights for those moments?
The first step is recognize that goblin that's coming from within isn't your programming. What I mean by your programming is when you're on purpose, it's not coming from there. It's coming from somewhere else. It's coming from another aspect within yourself. And that it's trying to trip you up. As the saying is, we get in our own way. So that goblin is trying to get in your way. So recognize that they're there. Either step over them, push them aside, or just go around them. As you had said, they're a house guest, and say, you're hungry. I haven't cooked dinner yet, but here's a snack. Go outside.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. So I also want to ask you, Tom, about meeting Marcella. I'm assuming in person, since you both
face to face
same event. Yeah. What is it like to meet some of these people that we see online and there's that separation? What is it like to meet them in person?
I had not seen Marcella online prior to getting to Columbia. I'd seen her name, and then and not knowing what Marcella was all about. Now, seeing Marcella's name, seeing Marcella's picture, and then discovering what she's all about are two different things. All in a great way. She was so prepared for what was going on.
There's a story I'll ask after.
Heidi has a different story.
Stop it.
Marcella was so prepared for Columbia. It was absolutely incredible. She she was ready to rock. She was, and she had done, she had done events before. She's a best-selling author. She has spoken before, and just to witness what she was doing and seeing how she came ready to take care of business was incredible. And business was number one. That was the most important part. What I remember most about Marcella is the day was over, we were finished, and everybody had gone their separate ways. And so I did a loop, and I walked through. It wasn't a straight line to the subway. I'd stopped a few different places before I'd gotten there, and I'd gotten down to the subway. And again, I'm a neophyte when it came to the New York subway. So I go down and I sit down. Now, I had a jacket on at Columbia, business jacket, but now I put on a windbreaker, and it was cold outside. It was like, what's this all about? It's supposed to be nicer weather there than what I was experiencing in Canada. And I had this jacket on, and I had it done right up to my chin. And I'm sitting in the subway. You're not supposed to look at anyone in the New York subway. Keep your eyes straight. And I look over, and who's kitty corner from me but Marcella and her son.
And you know what was interesting? We actually was talking about him. We was talking about your speech and the fact that you got so emotional towards the end. And then, I just looked at her, oh, that face looks familiar, but I haven't recognized him straight away. So that was really, really fun. And thank you for sharing the story about, how you perceived the day that you met me, because the night before I was having dinner with my son, and I said to him, so, right, look, you're going to see Mom on the stage for the first time, and I have no clue what I'm going to be talking about. I said, what? So yeah, I have no clue. I just have submitted the title, and then this is how I do it. And he got a piece of paper and a pen. He said, Mom, you can't do that. You're going to be speaking on a stage. Let's just brainstorm how this is going to be. And I was like, please don't stress me out. I said, I know what I'm going to do, but I don't know at the same time, but this is how I work. And then he came in to talk to me, and he said, I never thought like this type of environment, but I'm really enjoying to watch everybody speaking. And then some people actually have said to him, I said, wow, we think that you would be really good on the stage too. We love your accent and everything. And for me, it was amazing. Here, my son getting to know a part of myself that he never had seen before too, and seeing how proud that he was. So yeah.
Aww. So I am going to take this moment to just say thank you, Tom. I am loving this interview. I want to continue this interview, but we do have our next guest backstage. But I want to make sure that you have a couple minutes to first tell us where we can find you and your favorite place that we can contact you. And then I have one further question afterwards.
Okay. TomPizio.com. You'll find my social media links there. That's probably the easiest place to find me. My favorite way of connecting is face-to-face, and yet that's a challenge with these days. So, online is fine, but I prefer speaking, whether it's on the phone or on Zoom or face-to-face. The message tends to get through. There aren't as many misconceptions about what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So then the last question, Tom, is I just want to make sure that you have some space to share what it is that you need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Walk your path. And it's a journey from the small self to self-discovery. And ultimately, that's where we're going. And I wish everyone luck on that path, because we're all going to get there. There's a story about, they were talking about different religions and theologies and faiths, and then we're all climbing the same mountain. And the closer we get to the top, the more that the lines converge, the more the paths converge. So walk your path.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you soon.
I hope to see you, and Marcella.
Yeah.
Hope to see you as well.
I
Thank
appreciate
you
this
so
so
much.
much.
Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Bye, Tom.
Bye-bye.
So I can see our next guest in the backstage. So
All right.
if you're ready to come up, then you can give me the thumbs up. Awesome. Hi, Monique.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good. That
Afternoon.
background looks familiar.
I
when I
bet it
was living
does.
when I was living at my mom's last summer, I'd moved 4 times in 5 months. I was living in a shed, like a sunroom outside that they used for storage. So I used that photo because it made me feel
right?
better.
And it makes me look like that maybe I know how to play the piano, which I do not. My kids
You
know
can
how to
just
play it. It's hard
do
to get
this.
them to go do it. Yeah, I could pretend. You can pretend nowadays.
It's all good. So, Monique, I don't believe we've ever had a conversation together, so I'm excited for this.
Me too.
I do like to start by shaking things up just a little. Don't worry, we still love you. No worries.
Let's
But
do it.
why I do it is sometimes we come to these interviews and you have these pre-programmed elevator pitches, and I think most people are just so sick of those that we want to know, who is Monique? Not how well can Monique write an elevator pitch. It's who is Monique. So,
Okay, so we're talking about the personal aspect.
oh, we're
wow.
going to go everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay.
Everywhere. We're just going to play.
I love it. We don't
Yeah.
have enough play as adults.
Exactly. So, like, if I can bring in this playfulness and just ask people to play with me right from the get-go, then it's really fun where we can go. So here's the question. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Ew. I'm actually asked people this, so I do have I do have some semblance of what they might say.
Okay.
My
No, but what
closest-
you would love them to
what I
say.
want them to say? I would want them to say that I'm focused. I would want them to say that I'm generous. I would want them to say that I can be a little silly and goofy.
Ooh, love that.
Okay, we're already friends, just so you know. Silly and goofy. Okay, so then you said focused, generous, silly/goofy. So I want to know about your message, but can you tell us about the message that you have and why your message kind of blends in with wanting to be seen as focused, generous, and silly or goofy?
If we're talking about just like my life message, we probably can go in that direction. So as you know, I recently launched a book, first time author. That's been a fun journey already. It's a lot of work. There's still a lot of work ahead. But the message in that book is for really people to look inside themselves and ask themselves the very difficult question about whether they're living the life that they want to live. Have they created the circumstances around them to feel fulfilled, or are they on a conventional path that most of us go on, right? Have they really looked inside themselves to explore what hidden talents or passions might be screaming to come out, and have they allowed themselves to explore that as students of themselves? So if we're tying it into the 3 words that I hope people use when they describe me, I think that those are grounded there, right? Like you got to be focused to find that, because you have to do it intentionally. You have to be generous with your time with yourself, with your intention to learn more about who you are and whether you're living out your life's design and purpose. And what's life without the silly, fun, goofy? we have to laugh at ourselves, right? Like if it's all serious and no fun, that's no fun.
Exactly. Now I did hear something about a book in there, so we're gonna explore that for a little bit. Do you have a copy, like a physical copy with you?
I do. I'd have to leave the camera though. I don't know if you want me to do that. I could run over and grab one.
Is it in the same room as you?
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll grab it. I'll come right back.
We're just going to see a piano that none of us know how to play. Wait, Marcella, do you know how to play a piano?
Nope. No
Okay,
idea.
so none of us know how to play.
Not at all. Can play drums.
Ooh, I love drums. We were talking about gaming earlier. One of our favorite games as a household was Rock Band, and we broke our drums twice.
So it means you had fun.
We did have a lot of fun. Ooh.
So this reminds me of like when we were in Zoom jail, everybody.
Yes. Yeah, right in front of you. There you go. Chart your
We
path.
would like leave and go do like these scavenger hunts and then run back to the camera. But here's a copy of it. And it's available on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, on our website at AvantSolutions.com. But yes, that's what I've been devoting a lot of time to from January of 2023, and then got a real good solid manuscript together by December, and then the deep editing began. So yeah, it's exciting to be on the other side of it. A couple weeks ago, did a webinar book launch, a national webinar book launch with 4 of the folks. They interviewed a number of folks, but 4 of them we kind of extracted and asked them if they could engage in a webinar to help with the official launch. And you guys probably all know there's a whole science to getting like Amazon bestseller status. So we were able to do that within that time frame of the webinar launch, and then we had a physical launch here in Omaha. I'm based out of Omaha, Nebraska. So yeah, it's been a fun time.
So what was it like, since we're talking about books, what was it like to have like a whole book launch instead of just, here's my book, here's my link?
Oh man, I had to really push myself, Laura, to do that. Marcella, because I'm completely out of my comfort zone, but I'm getting comfortable being out of my comfort zone. And then it's all based on a 9-step process. And step 9 is about specifically opening up to new adventures and possibilities, which means getting out of your comfort zone. But yeah, that's a great question, because I will tell you, I did pre-sales, which is crowdfunding oriented.
Yeah.
And that was really out of my comfort zone. Like, okay, I got my list of people that I know kind of will probably support me. I've sent it. I've done the social media stuff. It's slow. And so I'm like, okay, now I got to like call people or like leave them really animated and effervescent voice text messages with the links to how to pre-purchase. So that did work, but it felt really weird. And I had to push myself to do it. But it was good, right? Like I feel like, okay, I'm to a place where I'm growing. I must be, because I feel completely uncomfortable. But here we are.
It's a wonderful sharing. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, no, we was talking about this yesterday, exactly, about the sales and getting ourselves, out of our comfort zone. And you seem like you have done very well.
Yeah, it's a day by day, it's a day by day journey. But it's fun. It's good to feel yourself growing and get into that space where you are like coming out of metamorphosis into the chrysalis and just growing. Yeah. So
did you always like writing? Is writing your jam, or did you just kind of, it grew on you?
No, always. I tell this story about this 5th grade teacher that I had, Miss Klosterman. And when I was in her class, she must have been cleaning out her attic at some point. She brought this book. It was like cloth covered. It was red and black. And she gave it to me and she told me, writing is your gift. I want you to fill this book.
Aww.
And, from that, it's, I think teachers really got to understand the seeds they're planting in students and how impactful that is from a very, very, very young age. So from there, I ended up in like beginning newspaper by 8th grade. In the 9th grade, I was always in newspaper. So I was the kid that really, I used my press pass to kind of like get out of class and go see what people were doing. But I was in newspaper, journalism courses the whole time in high school. I was the editor of The Tutor. That's the Omaha South High newspaper. I was the editor of The Tutor. And then I went to undergrad at Midland Lutheran College, now Midland University in Fremont, Nebraska. And I was the editor of that newspaper as well. I thought I was going to be a newspaper reporter, though. I mean, writing, right? Like I thought I would go work in the newsroom and write. And then I figured out that meant you also might have to cover like fires and crime at 4:00 in the morning when you're entry level. That was not very appealing. And so I didn't even discover advertising and public relations until like sophomore year in college, in undergrad. And so I ended up going that route. But I've always, I mean, when you're a PR person, you write all kinds of stuff. Like before we got on, I teach public relations techniques for the University of Texas at Austin. And it's essentially like if everyone has been to, where is that? Olive Garden, where they had like the tour of Italy. Do you remember that? I think they still have it. It's like lasagna and Parmesan chicken and fettuccine. But this PR techniques course is kind of like that. It's like press release, feature story, blog post, podcast. And the students come in as undergrads and they are like sophomores and they are like, what's public relations? Like the first week. And they go through this 16-week cohort that culminates in them having a portfolio that has a good amount, 8 to 10 examples of their capabilities. And so I was doing that, working on my summer cohort syllabus right now. And so they're going to do for summer, I'm going to be nice. It's just 5 weeks. They're going to do news releases. They're going to do some remarks, probably maybe like a feature story. But yeah, writing has been a thing from a very early age, probably even earlier than 5th grade. I think 3rd grade. And I always wanted to write a book. It was on the bucket list. And then I kind of got talked into it. That was interesting. I kind of got talked into it.
How long took you for write your current book?
A year.
A year.
Yeah, it was a year.
Mm-hmm.
So you said you got talked into it. Do tell.
Well, I mean, it was something I always wanted to do. So I had a couple friends who had published books. So I got them on the phone to talk to them about like, what was that like? Like, how did you get going? Right. Like, I'm curious. I'm not ready. I don't know when I'm going to be ready. And each of the ones that I talked to had done it as like a cohort. And so I ended up doing this consultation session with the guy who leads it all. And he was tricky, sneaky. So we got on this consultation. And so he's asking me these questions about what would I write about? And it was about like, what is your personality and all that stuff. It was like an hour-long consult. But by the end of it, we had a whole outline for this book already.
Yeah.
And so then he's like, great, you can like enroll in the cohort. And I said, I don't have time for this. And he said, you're never going to have time. Get started.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that. Can you say that again for the people in the back?
You're never going to have time. Just get started. The way you eat an elephant is one small bite at a time.
I think that's the name of the book that, okay, so I was listening to this podcast when I used to be in the office, and there were 3 Australians that had this wellness podcast. And I think that's the book that one of them wrote. And I can't remember right now. Yeah. Because he would be talking about it on the podcast and how it related to your health. It's like, no, you can't eat the whole thing at once.
No.
And then, of course, we're laughing. It's funny. It's very visual.
It seems overwhelming, right? When you think, unless you break it up in little pieces.
Exactly.
It seems like, oh my gosh, it's terrible. And I won't say that there aren't some times where it's terrible, where you're just like, I'm over that. Like, I'm done with that chapter. I don't care what the editors do with it. Then it's like, okay, let me get it back together the next day. I'm ready again to deep dive.
You mentioned your teachers playing a role. Earlier this week, there was 2 of us who had high school teachers tell us that we would never be writers. And yet both of us are #1 international best-selling authors now.
Good.
I know. So then with that, I want to know, in your background and in your experience, was there ever a time that somebody told you that you couldn't be a writer or that you couldn't do interviews?
No, you know what? No, I've never come across. I have had supervisors who, you think you've done like an amazing job at something, and then it's like red, and that feels like shrink. But those weren't bad. I mean, that's how you grow. Yeah. I mean, I've learned from some really, really good writers. Got to work underneath some really talented people. But I think when we come out of undergrad, we think we got it. Like, we know what we're doing. I'm ready to lead this team, right? Got to get a little bit of humility. Got to work under somebody who cares enough to help you with it.
It sounds like when I was 14, I was like, I'm a teenager. I'm an adult now. I can make my own decisions. Not very well, no.
We always think we know. And then that's when you have to call your mom back and say, you were right about everything.
oh, she always wished upon me that I would get a child that was
You
like
acted
me.
just like you. I've maybe
Yeah.
have said that a few times.
I do. She's 14 now. And I'm like, oh no. And I've told her stories about when I was younger. So I'm like, please don't ever be that version of me, since you are the mirror of who I am. Please don't.
I tell my husband all the time that our kids are his karma, not mine. Like, I'm just living in
Ooh.
this is your karma. This is not how I behaved.
Put up a wall. Okay, so Monique, I want to know more about the other ways that you've decided to share your message, because some people like to speak, some like to write, some like art, music, poetry, whatever it happens to be, but not all of them are aligned for every single person. So which ones have you chosen, and like what makes them aligned for you?
Yeah. I love to teach. I love to teach. There's some kind of magnet too that I think I have that attracts mentees, and not like in a formal way. This is what I mean. Like today I have a call at 4:15 with a young lady. She's probably not, I don't want to say young lady. She's a woman. She's a grown woman, divorced, but she's probably like mid-level in her PR career, trying to figure out like the next thing. So, and I get that a lot, where they'll just say, I just need somebody who is seasoned that I feel like is going to be candid to bounce some stuff off of with.
Yes.
And that happens to me a lot. It probably like maybe 10 times in the last 2 years.
Wow.
So that must be just one, that must just be something, right? Like a frequency that we're vibing on. But teaching, like I taught in person full time as a professor of practice for University of Nebraska Lincoln after just an intense career. This is my 23rd year in the field. I started my career in federal government. I did 12 years there. It was the gamut, public affairs officer, trained at Department of Defense Information School. I was the person who would go on camera as the spokesperson for the organization during like historic flooding, or to train like Army colonels and generals. And so I think it's teaching, right? Like, because either I teach myself or teach other people. And I love working underneath, and I do this as part of my PR practice, to support executives in being their best communication self, whether that's teaching them formulas for the board table, teaching them media training so that they can successfully navigate any interview, a difficult interview. And then there's transition those skills for other uses in town hall meetings, just staff meetings with their team, and find their confident communication self. Like I love helping executives do that. Executives, especially like CEOs, school superintendents, their jobs are hard. Those are difficult jobs. And I don't think most people realize that when somebody's at a top level like that, the stats nowadays, they don't stay in those roles longer than about 3 years.
Yeah.
So I just appreciate being someone who gets to help somebody navigate all of the politics of those kinds of roles and just be better, find a better version of themselves, especially and particularly on the PR and communication side.
So I'll make this link in a second. But before I do, because I don't want to sway your thoughts here, I want you to pick a completely random object. It could be with you or not with you, just completely random. And then tell us what it is.
I have my Stanley Cup. This is my first Stanley Cup. So this is what, and I got it from Nebraska Furniture Mart. I got to moderate Women's History Month panel for them this year. And they were kind enough to put my book in every single attendee's gift bag. There was like 150 people there. So this is my cup that makes sure I'm hydrated all day, every day.
Okay, you just did the game without me even explaining the game.
Oh, because I'm a talker. Sorry.
No, it goes to show what you do as PR. So we were talking about how in PR and in media, they play this game called the pickle game. And it was taught to me at a networking event where basically you pick this random object and you have to explain why the random object is related to whatever your intention for that interview was. So let's say it's launching your book, because right, they'll ask you random questions. You never know what you're going to get, but you're always there with an intention, with a call to action. So then the game is, how do you bridge the two? But you just did that.
But she also told us that she's really good in preparing people to answer difficult questions. So
you know, that's why I was like, now's the time. I love that you just highlighted everything we've been getting people to do today.
Telepathy too. I guess I must have that. You ever had that? Like you're texting someone and then they call you. It's like that's kind of
we've spoken about synchronicity. Yeah.
like they're calling while you're texting and you haven't talked in like a week.
And then you wonder why the line is just blank. You're like, did what? Then you realize there's somebody on the other side.
I was just texting you. We are linked. We are synced.
Oh, that's so fun. So Monique, you also mentioned about communication. So if we could focus on that for a second, what kind of advice do you have for people? Now let's go back. I want to know this first, just so that people have a foundation. Can you tell us what PR stands for and what it actually means? There's so many preconceptions. So we'll start there.
Well, I have a t-shirt and it says I love PR, but I was in Puerto Rico at a PR conference. PR stands for public relations. Okay. And the textbook definition of public relations, you're talking to a professor. It literally means the mutually beneficial relationship between an organization and the publics or / stakeholders upon which said organization's success or failure depends. So it's about mutually beneficial relationships.
She even speaks as the teacher now.
Oh yeah, I like that switch.
I don't have a hat to change out, but yeah.
There we go. Okay.
There you go. You brought your hat.
It's
telepathy. I knew you had the hat somehow.
It was too warm earlier. I took off my sweater, my socks, my hat. I don't even have my feet in the box of sand under my desk anymore.
I have a heater by my feet too, because it's cold here too all the time. But I think it's going to be like 75 today. But I do have to sit with the heater by my feet or I'll be cold.
It's warm.
In our case, it's hot where we are.
We
are feeling hot.
I don't know. Today it's just one of those days where I'm like, where's the fan? I can't cool down. Anyway, so my original question was going to be around, now that we understand what PR is and the goal of PR, public relations. When it comes to communication, what kinds of things do you see that people just keep tripping up on?
Probably the first one is that let me think about this from an executive standpoint. One of the things that I'll work with my executives that I support on is making sure that they're heard. And that often involves listening for crutch words, especially when they're presenting on camera. Because sometimes if people have so many ums or ahs and like so's, I think
so is mine right now.
I can't hear their message because I'm like, there's too many crutch words. Your message would be so much clearer and received if we could sweep some of those out. I know you've heard this before with people, and it's such a distraction. So I'd say that's one of the first things. I think another one is, and then I did it, I think, because that's a crutch word. Another one is getting to the point and just clarity, general clarity. Thinking about the audience that we're speaking to and making sure that message is going to resonate with them. I'll give you an example. When I worked for the school district, I had to think about that a lot because I'd have to do on cameras like on the spot. I'd have TV stations sitting outside and the news director would call and they'd need a soundbite for something that maybe happened that morning. And he'd say, such and such reporter is going to be outside in like 20 minutes. So I'd have to be ready to go on camera in 20 minutes. So depending on what it was, whenever that reporter was right in front of me, Laura, Marcella, that's not who I was talking to. Because I'm the voice of the school district right now. Yeah, there's a camera here, but I'm talking to the moms of elementary school students. I'm talking to the moms of middle schoolers if something happened at a middle schooler. But I'm the voice of this monolithic entity, and I have to make that personable so that mom trusts me with her kids.
Ooh. So then, of course, follow-up question to that, what makes something personable?
I think understanding the needs, the motivations, and the fears of that audience.
Okay, say it again. It's like, this will be your
Understanding
soundbite.
their needs, their motivations, their fears, their concerns, and being able to speak to them in a way that's going to resonate so that they can receive it.
Yeah. Earlier this week, we wanted to highlight the fact that business tends to be about transactions. And earlier today, we were talking about manipulation and persuasion. But really what we're doing is, just as you said, we're treating human beings like a human being that has needs and values and things that they're trying to focus on. And sometimes when there's situations happening, like you needing to speak for the school, you're speaking to those moms because you understand that in this moment, this is now their main focus, because this is the thing that is being threatened or might need protection.
Yeah.
Right? It's not necessarily their generic needs anymore. It's this. How do we speak to this? And with the show, I mean, we could go anywhere with it and it's lots of fun, but the focus always comes back to like your message. How do we amplify your message? So then we can play with, who's Monique? What does she like? How does she like to show up in the world?
And I'm like, Laura gets me. Gets me. Did you hear what she said? She understands what my concerns are, what I care about, what gets me going in the morning. She understands the things about what I want for my children so that they can be successful in the world. Yeah. Sorry, I think I talked over you.
No, that's fine. Yeah. But you know what it is? It's because I don't want you to feel like you're a means to an end for somebody. I don't want people to see you as a tool. I want people to see you as a human being that happens to have these skills and these tools. It's completely different. And so that's where a lot of the Blue Talk community, I love the way that they share, is because they are focused more on the human being and how we can help other human beings become the human beings that they want to become. That's how I see business. And so then it can start a little slower, but it feels so much better.
Yeah. And in the end, it's not about us. It's about how we can represent whoever is there listening to us. Mm-hmm. You know, we're talking about, you know, be able to adapt. And next week, I am actually doing 4 days of talk. Same thing. I literally have submitted the titles, and I'm going to just open to be able to receive what the audience is giving to me, measure their energy, and be able to make lots of Q&As, because in the end, it's about them. They know what they need. And if I have the answers, the way to support them, then I need to adapt whatever is going to be my talk to be able to support them on their journey. And I think it's wonderful, the example that you gave to us, Monique. You had 20 minutes to jump, you know, and to cover something. And it was like, right, okay, so this is the situation, right? And then suddenly everything just came from your heart, and you was able to communicate to the audience. So this is where, you know, we know the best talks, the best speakers are going to grow, allowing themselves to be vulnerable, to commit mistakes, to be put on the spot. So love that. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
And I want to make sure that we've highlighted all of your favorite ways to share your message. So obviously you like interviews. That's why you're here, at least to some extent. And that you like writing.
Fun. Yeah, I love them. I love them. I get to meet cool people, and we get to talk about fun stuff. And it just feels fun. It feels very natural.
Even when I shake you up and ask you to play
on
games.
either side, because sometimes I'm the interviewer, right? And so it's nice to be on the other side when I don't have to explain why a child got left on a school bus in the evening or something like that, right? But yeah, it's fun to be able to, and then, you know, you're going to be able to reach different audiences that you might not otherwise ever have an opportunity to have a conversation with virtually. So yeah. Okay. What other ways? I'm just exploring. I'm going to do the talk at Northwestern.
Nice. Congratulations.
With Blue Talk. So it'll be my first time doing a structured talk in that way, kind of, because I do training all the time. Like I do media training. I'm training like nonprofit boards. I'm training corporate boards, Fortune 500 executives when we're doing media training. And that is, I mean, ours starts as a 90-minute overview. So I'm a teacher for adults and I don't like to put them to sleep, right? So I have to find my effervescent self and it's somewhat of a performance too. But the talk structure for Blue Talks is going to be new for me because it's closer to kind of like a TEDx or something like that. Yeah. So that will be new. I'm looking forward to building that avenue for reaching people. And in the way I think about it too, Marcella and Laura, is I love being in the classroom. Like whenever I'm in the classroom with undergrads, there's no lecturing. It's like a lecturette. That means like 7 minutes of overview, and then we're gonna get up. I have on tennis shoes. Like we're doing stuff. We're touching stuff. We're practicing the application of what we may have learned in the lecturette or in our reading or what have you. But this is new for me in the sense that it will give me an opportunity to create classrooms, hopefully all over the world. So that's what's exciting about it.
Ooh. So then what would be crazy cool to happen to you in the next year?
Big, hairy, audacious.
Yeah.
I am pushing myself to think about it because I just haven't. I mean, I could come up with something and just throw it out, but I really wanted to, like Marcella said, I really wanted that to come from my heart. So I'm going to have to spend some prayer time on knowing, like, what is that? Like, what's the thing that would make me go like, wow, that was cool. I don't know yet.
Do you need support on any of that? So we also asked Tom, like, because our big, hairy, audacious goals, those crazy cool, like light switch, snap your fingers, rub a genie in a lamp kind of goals, they don't need to be logical. But is there anything that you need moving forward on any sort of cool projects that you want to work on, or maybe collaborations?
I will be putting together, I'm going to try like this mini workshop in less than a month with a group of about 40 women. And it's going to be grounded in the book. So I'm just going to essentially select a chapter, and we have in the book is broken up into 3 sections. The first is like foundation, and it's all about like the science of autonomy and agency and the history of following paths, like literal paths, like in the theory of normative social influence and why people just kind of like live their life watching it like a movie sometimes instead of getting in the director's seat. And then the second part is this 9-step process called From Tension to Tranquility that will help people get unstuck, that I didn't know I had, but I also worked with a life coach for a year in 2022. And she helped me identify that whenever Monique Farmer has been stuck in her life, she essentially follows these 9 steps to go from tension to tranquility. And she did it through like a series of interviews to help me like identify what these steps were. So the book is about that, right? Like it's about the foundation, and here's my 9-step process. I'm sharing it with others in the world who, if they are looking for a methodology or a framework, maybe try this one out. Not saying it's the way, it's a way you can consider in your toolbox. And then the third part of the book is exercises that reinforce part 2, which is the framework.
Sounds very interesting.
It does. Just the idea of agency, it feels like a new concept, even though it's not. But when it's not something that you're used to in your life, you're like, I don't even know what that means. I don't know what it looks like. I don't even know if there's any examples of it in my life.
Right. You feel like I need permission for everything. I feel that a lot. Like, wait, can we do that? Can I do that?
Yeah.
And so just that's part of getting out of the comfort zone too. I know you've had that conversation with yourself before. Like, can I do that? Is that okay?
Oh, yes. Many times. Oh my God, many times. So I want to make sure we have about 6 minutes left, but I want to make sure that we know where to find you. So can you tell us what your favorite way of communicating is? And then of course, where else to find you?
LinkedIn, hands down. I love my LinkedIn community. I'm out there every single day just growing that community. So that would be the first recommendation that I would give anybody who would like to connect. I'd love to connect on LinkedIn. The second place is going to be on my website at avantsolutions.org. And for people who, if they have PR needs, they can schedule a complimentary consultation session right there on the website. There's also a tab, of course, for the Chart Your Path book. So those would be the primary ways. And then I'm also on Facebook. I'm not as active on Facebook. I'm mostly there so I can see what my friends are doing every now and then.
Yeah.
I'm not real good about like posting every day or every place that I go on vacation, but I feel like you have to have it if you want to see like pictures of your nieces and nephews. Or
Yep.
my kids are not there at all though. Like we don't even interface on social media, which I probably should change that so I can plug in my voyeuristic mom qualities. But they do like TikTok and I'm on Twitter too, but it's mostly like one way. They do TikTok and Snapchat is amazing. I only get on there for the filters because I look amazing with the filters. You should have had a filter today.
So one of my favorite filters, I don't even know where my cousin got it. I do think it's Snapchat though. There was one where it would take your face and you would tell it what gender you were, basic, so male or female, it was limited to that. And that it would make you have the opposite qualities. So it turned me into a man, and I make one handsome man with that filter. Like, Disney kind of thing. It was pretty good. So that was very entertaining.
I love that.
And they did not make pretty girls. My mom, decent man. My dad made a pretty girl.
That's so funny, right? Like to see that change if you get one of those filters. Right now, my which filter is this? I think it's Instagram. I don't go out there either, but I did change my Instagram profile picture to what I look like in the 20s because I found some filter that would change you into like how you would look in the 20s. So I have on like a tie, like a man's tie and a man's like jacket and a top hat. But I still look feminine, like in the facial features, but it's just cool. So I was like, oh, I kind of like that picture. The AI ones that completely transform you. So that's right now.
I did.
But again, don't go out there looking for me because I probably will never see your message.
So good. So then, Monique, I also want to make sure that you have this space at the end of the interview to share whatever it is that you needed to share. So if there was something that you needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I would just push people to ask themselves again if they feel like they are living the life that they want to live, if they feel like they've done if they spent any time really digging deep to learn who they are. That year that I spent in a cohort with about 12 other women and with my life coach was really transformational for me, because I feel like in life we do get on these paths where we're not on our own agenda. Like we're doing life, right? Like I'm a mom, I'm a wife of, this will be 23 years in a couple months. I was the oldest of 4 siblings. I had a pretty intense career for 20 plus years. And so I feel like I've been on everybody else's agenda, but I never like stopped to study myself. I have three college degrees, but I never stopped to study myself until 2022 to really like, what does Monique really want? Right? Like I'm doing all the stuff I was told I was supposed to do. But what about like what's in there that I haven't like birthed or given my permission to say yes or no to? And I feel like I had to get 40 years old before I felt comfortable saying, you know what? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to host that. I don't care who's mad. It took a while.
Teach me, oh wise one. I'll be 40 next year. That's kind of what I'm working on. I was like, I'm supposed to be an adult, but I don't feel like an adult. So can there be like an adultier adult to teach me how to adult?
It's so true. I mean, maybe even like 5 years ago, I was like doing my workout in the morning and Beyonce has this song. I don't know if you've ever heard it. It's called Grown Woman. I'm a grown woman. I can do whatever I want. And I'll just be listening like, yeah, I am a grown woman. I can do whatever I want. Which isn't all the way true, but it's empowering. So
it is. I still feel like I'm 6 sometimes. And then on the better days, I'm about 12. And then I remember I have a kid. So then I have to be 19. So it doesn't feel icky. It makes for an interesting day. But then even my dad, he just turned 70 not quite a month ago. We had a party for him a couple weeks ago.
What a blessing.
He's like, I still feel 25. Just my body won't do the things that I think it should be able to do.
Yeah.
I'm with him. Mines won't do the stuff it did at 25 either. But you just keep going. You just keep right. As long as you mentally feel and you still have your silly, goofy self, I think you're right. You're really, truly only as old as you feel. So
Definitely.
So true.
Our next guest isn't here yet. Do you mind staying for a couple more
I'm
minutes?
good. You were like my last hard meeting of today. I'm going to actually go for a walk after this.
Ooh.
And I think I have an appointment to get my car washed, but that's in a couple hours. So we're good.
I should probably wash my car too. Thanks for the reminder.
I just schedule it or it would never happen. And my dealership does mine free. So it doesn't make sense for me to not take advantage of that. As long as it's on the calendar, it'll get. If it's not on the calendar, it doesn't get done.
Oh, okay. Well, our next guest is here now. I do appreciate all of your time. This is so lovely.
Thank you. This was fun. This is one of the funner interviews I've done in a while. Yay.
Oh, before you go, I need to show you something. Oh, my daughter brought me flowers.
Oh,
that's very nice.
3 days in a row.
Very nice.
Up with the other flower. Thank you. And can you close the door? Thank you. Gotta love our kids. Yes, this was lovely getting to know you. And I do want to say you have a lovely singing voice.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This was so much fun, Marcella and Laura. Thank you so much for your time. Have a blessed rest of your week.
Next. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And you feel free to hang out backstage if you want. Tom's still there. So our next guest, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear us and you're ready. Awesome.
I'm good.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Hello.
You had a chance to be by yourself for a moment?
No, he's right here.
That's what I thought.
He did fall asleep. The timing was great. He went down for a nap, and then our new fridge was delivered earlier than I expected, and the noise of it woke him up, and he's sick, so he's not happy.
That's okay.
So I'm sorry. You'll hear a little bit of this in the background till he settles. But that's motherhood.
That's motherhood. This whole week, we've been really honest about shit happens. Life happens.
Yeah.
Yep. And so we just deal with it the best that we can in the
Just
moment.
rolling with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be mad too if I got woken up and I wasn't feeling well. So, gonna give him some grace.
Mm-hmm. So I want to shake up the beginning of our interview with a question I've been asking everybody. And the question is this. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Wow, that's a great question. I guess I want people to, when they think of me, I want people to think of me as having a big heart, because that's kind of the way that I was raised. That was always really important. And, you can have all the money in the world, but if you're not kind-hearted and a good person, what's the difference?
Yeah.
So that would be one. Gosh, you're coming out strong with the hard questions right off the bat.
I know. You should know me by now. It's been a while though, so
it has been. Resilient, I guess, would be another one, because life has not always been easy. It's not easy for anyone, and I am trying really hard to roll with the punches, even right now when he's really upset in the background. But I'm trying not to let little things throw me off course. So resilient is one. And gosh, I don't know what my other one would be. Independent, I guess. I hate depending on people. I hate asking for help. It's always been my major character flaw. I would rather spend 2 hours trying to figure it out myself than ask a simple question. Drives some people crazy, but I guess that would be one.
I relate. I very much relate, which is part of why I've burned myself out. So let's just start with the fact that you do have a kid. And one of the things that the one that's next to you, and then the other one's at school, isn't he?
She is, yes.
Or she is, right.
Yeah.
What's the younger one's a boy? Yes. Okay.
Right.
I wanted to make sure that we talked about your book, and it kind of pairs right into what's happening right now. So you do have a book, which I absolutely loved the concept of. I haven't read it yet, but I did find the Amazon link to it on one of your posts. It's like, oh, I got to save that. Can you just tell us what your book is and why you even wrote it?
Sure. So, and it's funny because I posted the link and just said, I did a thing because I just started writing it one day and it just kind of came to be. I'm not a writer. That was never something, other than in school when we had to write. That was never my thing. But I've really been enjoying it. But the first one that I wrote is called I Roar a Little Differently. And it was written with my son, who you can hear off to the side. He'll probably pop his head in here at some point.
Yeah, that's fine.
It was written with him in mind because as of right now, he is nonverbal. He's working on it. He's trying really hard to communicate, and he does communicate in his own way. But the book initially wasn't going to be for anybody except for him. It was just something that I wanted to write for him to have as a keepsake so that, 10 years from now, when hopefully he's talking up a blue streak, and he might not be, who knows? I don't know what's in his future, but it was just something so that he could know that it's okay to be a little bit different and that everybody has a place and you still have a really important story to tell, even if you're not telling it the way that other people are able to tell it. Like right now, he's upset because he's sick and he can't tell me what's hurting or what's bothering him. So he's finding other ways to do it. He'll be okay in a few minutes probably, but so that's where this came from. And the reason that it's a dinosaur is because one of the first real sounds that he was able to make, or noises, words, was that he started to roar because he became fascinated with dinosaurs. So that's where the idea of I Roar a Little Differently comes from. It's about a dinosaur who can't roar like his friends. He doesn't have a big, strong, powerful roar like all the other dinosaurs, but the way that the story goes is that there's a major storm, and through the way that he is able to roar, his roar is soft and sweet and not loud like all the other dinosaurs. So when a big storm comes into where the dinosaurs live, he uses his soft roar to kind of soothe everyone and make everyone feel safe and comforted. So that's that's the story, and it's just kind of a way to say, it's okay to be a little bit different. And even though, yes, my friends that have kids his age, their kids are talking up a blue streak, and does it make my heart sad sometimes? Of course. Not for me, but for him, because I want him to be able to communicate, and he will get there. I know that he will in his own way, but that's the story behind that one. So that one is out on Amazon right now, and my other one will be very soon. There was just a few glitches that needed to be fixed before it went live on Amazon. So I wrote one for my daughter as well, because that's what moms do.
That is what moms do.
Yeah.
Does your other one touch on the relationship between your daughter and your son, or is it specifically geared toward your daughter?
That one doesn't, but that is definitely on my to-do list. So my daughter is a very we're making noise now, is a very unique, independent kid. She really doesn't care what other people think. Liam, honey, come here. She doesn't care, if her shirt and her pants totally clash. It's irrelevant to her.
Yeah.
She's just so fiercely herself, and I really do envy that of her, because she really doesn't care. She will do things her own way. So that's kind of what her book is about. It's called Hey buddy, it's okay.
Does he like being on camera?
Does he what?
Does he like being on camera?
Right now, I don't think he likes anything. He's just tired.
Okay.
So Olivia's book is called Olivia Dances in Space. It's about an astronaut who wears bright colors and dances like nobody's watching and loves every second and just does her thing. Even when the other astronauts are like, what are you doing? So that's what Olivia's book is about. And we have a couple other ones in the works as well. I try to write about things that are coming from personal experience, because again, I'm not a trained writer per se, but I'm trying to write something that means something. So like when I get messages from parents saying, what, that dinosaur book was perfect because my son's nonverbal, I sent it to his pre-primary class so that they could read it together, so then maybe they could understand where he's coming from. That's the reason that I do it. That's really special to me. It's, I'm not doing it to sell 1 million copies and, be on the best-selling author list. That's not what it's about.
No. But I think that's even more powerful because that you're speaking to the right person, not everyone.
Right.
Not everyone needs this message or wants this message. But those few, or the fewer, sorry, I don't want to say few, but fewer, right? More niche people, they so appreciate it. I have numerous friends, like even one of my nephews, it still sounds weird. I think I'm up to 13 nieces and nephews. I don't know. One of them, he's just starting to be verbal in the last few years. And I think he's 10 this year. But at the same time, they didn't have any help for the first few years of his life. So she was trying to do it all herself, not asking for help, kind of getting caught in all of that, not understanding what's going on. And then finally, she starts to see books like this. She starts to see other people that have these conversations.
Yeah.
She's learning as the rest of the family and communities learn.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's important.
And I think, I don't know, I guess I kind of fell into it. It wasn't on purpose, but now it kind of feels like that is somewhat my purpose.
Absolutely.
Hey, you're okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And that's part of it too. He doesn't have words. He can't say, Mom, I'm sick and I'm tired and I'm mad that somebody woke me up. So we find other ways to do it. And do I love this part of motherhood? Of course I don't. It is not easy by any means, but it's real life and that's what happens.
I will let you know that if you do need a moment, just let me know and you can turn your camera off. Marcella and I can chat and we can just add to whatever it is that you say. This is a safe space. I want you to feel supported. Okay.
I know.
So then I want to know more about, because I know that you're shifting, right? You're kind of going into writing and you're exploring a few things. Can you tell us more about this journey that you're on with exploring and figuring out what your message is and what you want to do? Because not everybody is there and not everybody has nothing. You're on the journey. So tell us what that's about.
It changes a little bit every day, I think. I did what everybody does right out of high school. I went to university. I did that, then I went to community college and, got another diploma on top of my degree. And I worked in my field and all those things. And then life happened. My oldest daughter got really, really sick when she was a little bit younger than my son is now. And everything changed overnight. So essentially I lost my career and was home with her for about 6 years, give or take. And she's fine now. But that's what we needed to do. And it's not always easy to come back when you have that huge gap on your resume. People kind of look at you like, what's that for? And then you have to justify it and explain, I was needed elsewhere. And I don't regret it for a second, but it has made it challenging. Having kids in general, kids that are perfectly healthy, if that's even a thing. I mean, we know how germs are, but even if you had kids that are perfectly healthy, it's still really hard to do a 9 to 5 as a parent because life happens and not every workplace is built that way. And I understand that. So for a long time, I've always known that I kind of had to create what worked for our family. My partner, he's a truck driver. His hours are not consistent. He doesn't have a 9 to 5. I never know what time he's leaving or what time he's coming home. So having a regular job is not always possible. It's okay. So I'm just trying to create it as I go and take things that I love. And if I can make it possible for me to be home with my kids, even part-time, then that's what we're working towards. I might take a minute with him.
Yeah, that's okay.
He just needs me to pay full attention to him for a minute because he's upset.
Yeah.
But I will be back in a minute, I promise.
Yeah, just mute yourself or I can mute you and
I will.
No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got you.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, like I knew Sarah way back in high school. And
Okay.
but we just met again or reconnected again this year. I moved to Truro,
Mhm.
which was an hour away from where I was living before. And I'm like, do I know anybody in Truro? And she popped up. I was like, oh, great. So after we reconnected, I started to see how her life has been changing and where she's going. And so I
Mhm.
just thought this is a great opportunity to show our audience and ourselves that we don't always have to know exactly what we're doing or exactly what our purpose is or exactly what our message is. It's okay to figure it out as we go. And so as Sarah and I are chatting, like it's so fun to watch a friend or somebody that you know start to unfold and put those pieces together.
Absolutely.
So
And
exciting.
she has all my respect and admiration, still being able to focus on these different projects that are bringing a message, to many other parents that actually will see the love and the value of what she's putting, her energy into. So yeah, that's very beautiful. So her daughter, how old is the daughter? 14 now. That's what she said now. Because there would be an age here that we have discussed a few times today.
I
How old
think
is her
she's a
daughter?
preteen. So my daughter's 14, but her daughter's younger, but not
Right.
by much. I think she's only 2 or 3 years younger, so maybe 11 or 12. And I think her son
Yeah.
is 3. I haven't met them in person yet, but that is my plan for this weekend.
And also the vulnerability, to share the life of a parent,
Well, that's the other part of what I'm hoping here is Sarah's being so real and authentic with what her everyday life looks like
Yeah.
that we get to be a piece of that.
I don't really sugarcoat because that doesn't do anybody any good.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
And we're grateful that you don't. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I was just sharing that I knew you from high school. We reconnected just in the last little while, and that I was excited to be able to share the unfolding and like this beautiful growth that you're going through right now. Hi.
Do you want to say hi?
I can wave at you.
Here we go.
There you are.
A granola bar fixes everything, at least for the time being.
Of course it does. So other than writing, is there a message behind your writing? Is there something that you're trying to develop there?
That's a great question. I guess I'm just trying to find creative outlets because motherhood is wonderful. Don't get me wrong. I love every second of it, but it can also be a little overwhelming and you can lose yourself in being a mother. I'm a mom, but who else am I? And I think that most mothers feel that. So being creative has always been something that I've always loved. I've always been doing something. I mean, when we were in university, you would come over and we were making earrings. Like we were always doing something, right?
Yeah.
So being creative is important to me. I love being able to start at zero and develop or create something. So that's something. Oh, he's holding my hand. This is new.
That's okay.
This never happens. He doesn't like to be touched, so this is new. Yeah. So, you want me to show again? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So everything, all the little things, we celebrate all the little things. Last week he held a spoon for the first time, which most people think, oh, that's whoops. Yeah, hi, buddy. Where did you put us?
We're playing hide and go seek.
Yeah, he closed the app and now I can't find you.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
We're still here.
We're still here. We can hear you.
Sorry, it's a new iPad and I haven't learned how to use it yet. Oh my goodness. We're still struggling today. It's okay though. Okay. So yeah, creating has just always been really important to me. So I guess I'm trying to create something that lets me do all the things that I enjoy and help people along the way. So, you know, I have a background in psychology. That's what my education was in. It's okay, buddy. I worked in nonprofits. And then, you know, somehow I ended up doing social media management, which I also love. I love being able to help small businesses start at zero. Okay, I know. Take a breath. Go get your milk. It's okay. All right. We got to the end of the granola bar. So, you know, I am hoping that going forward, I'll be able to keep writing. I have ideas for a couple of other children's books that I want to write, things that are personal to me. So a couple that I've started is one on the importance of grandparents and how important they are in your life and in your children's lives. So that's one. And then the other one is navigating having a grandparent or someone else that's important to you that has Alzheimer's and dementia. So heavy, big topics. I have yet to be able to sit down and finish them because every time I do, a puddle lands on my iPad. So not quite there yet, but important topics to me that I am hoping I can write children's books on because there's not a lot. There's really not. So working on that, and then maybe moving into some writing for grown-ups on, you know, motherhood and navigating the hard stuff and appreciating the good stuff. Yeah.
Like so the moment of your son grabbing your hand and wanting to touch you and have that physical.
Yeah, like those little things. I think sometimes, and again, he doesn't have a diagnosis. He's just Liam. He just is who he is. And we embrace who he is, and labels are not important for me, really. Okay. Unfortunately, in able to get a little bit of help with things, sometimes labels are necessary, but it's not important to me. But you know, sometimes I think when your kids develop at the typical rate, you can lose sight of some of those little things that, you know, because it's normal, it's every day. So I know it's okay. But you know, I'm able to appreciate the little things because they don't happen often. You know, he's not a kid that likes physical touch. So when he gives me a hug, that's like a 1 in a million kind of day, and it's awesome. You know, when he says a word for the first time, we celebrate it. And honey, no, thank you. No, thank you. I know. We're having a day. And to be honest, he is typically an extremely happy, vocal, singing, dancing kind of kid. This is
I've heard it, yeah.
The germs of school coming home with his sister. And of course, this is the day that we got hit with it, and we're tired and we're overstimulated. But you know what? I think as adults, we get that too. We get overstimulated, and that's, you know, when people get road ragey or snap at a coworker. You know, he doesn't drive a car and he doesn't have a coworker, so it just comes out in the way that he knows how. So not all days are pretty.
No,
but it's okay. And we're just letting him eat what he wants. That's what he wants. He went and got it himself. He communicated that he wanted it. So
good,
buddy.
Oh, good. I do think that there's a theme there, though, where I love that you're bringing your personal experience into this, and you're filling in a gap in not just an industry, but in the way that we communicate with human beings. A friend of mine had put up, actually you connected with her. So Hollis, she had put up on her Facebook, she does publishing and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. She asked, what are some of those topics that we don't like to talk about? What are those taboo topics? And then she just started getting this list of things. And I feel like experiences like yours with having a kid who, I love that you describe it. There's no label for him. There's no diagnosis. He's just Liam.
He's just spicy.
It's just spicy. Oh, yes, spicy. But having conversations about situations like that and experiences like that also seem a little taboo. And you writing these books and you being verbal about it, especially when there are some nonverbal people involved, is super important.
Yeah, and I think part of what led me to it as well is that I don't know if you probably haven't had to look for childcare for Sidoni in a while. You know, she's older than my kids.
Yeah.
But finding childcare on a good day it's something. It is a full-time job trying to find somebody that you can trust to watch your children. And I had started working part-time after we moved to Truro, and we went through 6 babysitters in the span of a month and a half.
Yep. Not surprised.
Not because my kid is, you know, aggressive, not because he runs away, you know, not because of any of that, because he's 3. He's very big for his age. Like my kids are tall. My kids are very, very tall. Their dad is 6'2". My kids are going to be giants. And everyone always had the same concerns. You know, I think he's going to be able to get away from me, but has he? No, but I think he could. Okay, so more supervision is needed. Or, you know, he's so much bigger than the other kids his age, or, you know, he can't tell me that he has to go to the bathroom and all of these things. And I constantly felt like I had to justify why my kid is a cool kid and why people should want to hang out with him because he can't do it himself yet. And then after a while, I was like, why am I doing this? Why am I trying to convince people that they should want to hang around my kid? So after the 6th babysitter was like, yeah, no, he's too much for me. I'm like, but why? Like, how is he too much? He is, this is a bad day for him. Like he's struggling today, but 9 times out of 10, he laughs his head off. I mean, you've heard him. How many times he's been on video and he's just laughing and nobody knows what, he's just laughing at something. And he's a very happy, pleasant kid to be around. But I have to stop and, you know, try to remind people, how frustrating would you be if there was something simple that you wanted and you couldn't be like, I want that, or I need help, or, you know. So that's part of what kind of led me into, you know what, maybe I need to be able to speak for Liam in a way and speak for other kids. My best friend, her daughter is suspected to be on the spectrum as well. Very different. They are very, very close in age, only a couple months apart. They're very different children. Yeah. So what it resonates in her is very different than how it resonates in Liam. And again, we don't know. Liam might just decide tomorrow that he's going to start talking and then never stop. That's what his sister did.
That's what happened with my nephew. He didn't talk for years, and then once he started talking, he would not shut up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and that might be very well where we're going. I don't know. My kids have big personalities, but that's okay. I'm not going to stifle that because my kids are just big and in charge, and so that's okay. But I think sometimes we have to stop and remember, not all kids learn the same. No. Not all kids think the same. Not all kids communicate the same. And unfortunately, the way that a lot of our systems and structures are set up is for a very in the box way of thinking. Yeah. I don't even know where I was going with that now. I totally
That's okay.
Got off point there.
I want to know more about where you would like to go. So if things were just crazy cool and everything started to align for you, where would you like to go?
So ideally, I would like to be able to get my own business off the ground. I already have it named. I already have the logo done. You know, like I've already done the baby steps. But I want it to be kind of a creative hub, I guess you could say, where I'm able to put out children's books as they come to me. I don't want to do it on a deadline, because then that takes away the genuineness of it. But I'd like to be able to put out more children's books, maybe some parenting books, not the ones that say do it this way. I'm not going to do that, but my perspective on things. And then also, you know, leave some room in there for the creative side of things, the social media management, helping small businesses to flourish through using social media, because whether we like it or not, it's here to stay. You're covered in chocolate. Absolutely covered. You sure are.
That's cute.
He's so covered in it.
Hi.
When you say hi.
I like the chocolate on your nose.
Chocolate, and there's probably some boogers mixed in there because we're sick, but it's fine. We'll go in the bathtub after, won't we? But ideally, that's what I'd like to be able to do. And, you know, if that means helping people to find a way to tell their story through a children's book or through something else, then I would love to do that. And by no means did I take English as a major. So, my grammar's not perfect, all of those things, but we will work around that. I know I've had a couple of people send me messages and be like, your children's books should rhyme more. Or,
Why? They don't have to rhyme.
It's subjective.
Yeah.
What's perfect for one person is not perfect for another. So
Then I can ask you a unique question. Do you remember in high school, one of our English exams, there was a question that said, which poem do you like better and why? I only remember that because she marked me wrong. I was like, it's an opinion question. I told you which poem I liked and why, and yet I'm wrong on that.
you know what? I don't remember that question, but without you even telling me, I know which teacher you're talking about.
Yep.
And why that would have been a question. So,
Yeah.
And again, yeah, I know. It's okay. It's okay. I know. We're so tired. I know. We need a nap.
Way soon.
And hey, it's okay. I know. It's a hard day. It's a hard day. I know. I feel like this sometimes too, but I can go have a coffee and chill out. You can't, I get it. But yeah, it is, not everybody's going to like the way that I write, and that's okay. I don't have an illustrator yet. I've been figuring it out as I go and creating my illustrations digitally. Do I want to do that forever? No, but it's my starting point, and that's okay.
So one of our friends from high
a year
school,
from now,
April.
I'll look at my first book and be like, that was awful.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Honey, relax. Okay, you gotta breathe. I know. We're so tired. We gotta go have a nap
Okay.
soon.
You remember April from high school?
Of course.
Yeah, so she's an illustrator.
Yeah, I was
And
thinking
she
I might
started her own business.
reach out to her for a collaboration here at some point.
Yay!
Fun.
Yeah. Aw.
I know. He doesn't understand why mom's just not doing what I want him to do
I know.
now, right? I know. But again, this kind of illustrates, this is like a small moment. This, he has not been like this all day. This is a brief glimpse into him having a hard time. And if some people were to look at this, they go, man, she can't control that kid. And you know what? Maybe some people think that. But he is a 3-year-old that is struggling with big feelings.
Big feelings. Yeah.
He has a fever, all the things. His sleep was interrupted. We don't ever wake up our kids in our house. If they are tired, we let them sleep. That's just.
I wish my alarm clock would do that.
Well, so we're dealing with all of the things today, and I very easily could have been like, Laura, it's not happening. But the reality is I never know when he's going to have a hard time, because he doesn't know when he's going to have a hard time. And we just have to work through it, don't we? I know.
Yeah.
I know. This is part of being a stay-at-home mom. Yeah. Right? I know. I know. I'm almost done, and then we can go have our nap.
Yeah. So I'll make sure to ask you now then, like, how do we find you on social media?
Well, my website will be up soon. It's Ollie Creative Co. on Facebook.
Okay.
Working on a website as well.
Yeah.
That's just not my forte, so I'm outsourcing that.
Yeah.
So that will be coming soon, but I will definitely give you the link when it's up.
Yep.
And on Instagram, it's Ollie Creative Co. as well.
Okay.
I switched to Creative Co. because I thought that could encompass whatever my business is as it changes.
Exactly. No, I like that.
Yeah.
And then I usually have one more question that I make sure to ask everybody, and then it's up to you what you want to do afterwards. Okay, so the question is this. No worries. Yeah, what is something that, like, if sorry. No worries.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. If there's something that you just need people to take away from our conversation today, What might that be?
Gosh, there's so many ways that I could answer that, but
I know.
I guess something that I have to keep reminding myself on days that are hard for one reason or another is to find the small moments. You know, not every day is going to be sunshine and flowers and rainbows. It's just not reality. Even when you have, you know, kids that are verbal and go to school and do everything that, quote, normal kids do. Still, not life still throws things at you. But finding those small moments and being grateful for those is what gets you through the day. So embracing the little things and not focusing on all the other things. And, you know, that could be as simple as when you have one of those moments, write it down on a little piece of paper and put it in a jar. And on New Year's Eve, open up that jar and look at it, because you won't even be able to believe how many moments were in there and how many you forgot about because you didn't, you know, give them space in your day and you kind of forgot about them. But okay.
Oh,
I know. Okay.
it looks like he needs mom.
He does. He needs mom. I know.
So then if you want, we can end this interview now and
Sure.
you can do what you need to do. I
I'm
know.
sorry.
No apologizing.
And that's the thing. Life doesn't always go as planned. I had everything planned. We played hard this morning so that I knew he would nap. He crashed just when I wanted him to. And then life happened and it went off the rails and now we're struggling. It's okay. Breathe. But yes, thank
Tell
you.
him thank you for us that he got to share his mom for a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liam.
Thank you. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
And just know that I'm
bless
sending
you.
my love and best wishes for him getting better.
thank you. We're going to
Yeah.
go and
Yeah.
we're going to have a warm bath and then we're going to have a nap.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
It's all good. Thank you for sharing your book and your message and all the cool things that you're up to.
Thank
Because
you.
we're not all.
Lots of love, Sarah. You take care. And thank you so much for all you're doing for everyone. Thank you.
Sending love and kisses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Here we go. I knew that would be a difficult interview. I do want to apologize. I probably should have prepared you for the day. You never know where that conversation could go. And I know that some days is really difficult and other days it's not. It's just complete delight. The last time I did call Sarah, he was giggling away in the background. And I don't know what he was giggling about. She doesn't know what he was giggling about, but it was very infectious. So,
but it's interesting because it's, as I said before, is a reality that no one really gets to see what goes on really on a daily basis behind the scene when you're really trying hard to understand, okay, how can I provide to my family, still being the mother, the caretaker, the wife, whatever it is, you know, the labels that we give. It's so easy to go on Instagram and just see pictures of the best of us and smiling.
Exactly.
Yeah. But no one shows the hard work that, you know, we as parents, let's put it like this, need to overcome. Yeah. So I really admire, as I said, her vulnerability. And yeah, it's just sad that it was not a good day for Liam. But yeah.
We did chat before you and I went live today. And she was like, I don't know if I should cancel. He's sick. I don't know how he's going to be. I was like, you know what? This is about showing the truth, being authentic, sharing the fact that we don't have it all put together. I was like, it's okay if he's in the camera, if he's laughing or crying or sick, like tend to him, whatever you need and whatever he needs in the moment. And then just like do your best. And that's all we ask from people, both in the interview as well as in your business. As long as we're being upfront and honest about these things and say, you know, hey, I have a kid at home. Some days is good days and some days it's not. Here's what it might look like on both of those days. Now the audience and our clients have that choice. So now everyone feels empowered about what they're choosing to do next. So I'm like, if you don't do this, you can tend to your kid. If you do this, you can share that message at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see that she's still dreaming. She has loads of plans and things that she's looking forward to do. She doesn't know the how, yeah, but she's not giving up. You know, the dreams are there. She knows exactly, or she has a roughly idea of what could be the next steps for her.
Yeah.
And it's all about time, you know, allow her to process things, and who knows what sorts of other doors can open.
Exactly. And at the same time, as she's figuring this out, she goes to people in her network, like me and like April, and like I'm introducing her to the Blue Talks community. And we talked about Hollis earlier. There's all these people around her that can support her in different ways, that can help her in different ways. And she's learning to accept that help. As we were mentioning earlier, it can be hard sometimes.
And it was interesting that she mentioned the criticism, you know, around the book. The thing is, when we write and we put any content out there, or even sometimes the words that we speak, we don't know how anyone will perceive anything. You know, all that we need to realize is, have we done from our heart, from the best of our intention, from the best of our knowledge? Yes. So the peace within ourselves is there. You know, how people will take anything that anyone says, then is their responsibility. You know, it's not up to us to try to figure out, oh, yeah, okay, everybody will have different perceptions, different life backgrounds and experience, but in the end, that was her truth. Yeah, that was her creative moment that had been inspired to write those books. So yes, it's not going to be for every single child, but there will be many other childs that will resonate with the stories. So yeah,
that finally have that voice that they didn't have before.
Absolutely. Yeah. So tell me more about this list. What else was there on this list of things that people usually don't write about or don't talk about?
Oh, yeah, that was really interesting. So to remind people, the question was, what are some of those taboo topics that people don't like to talk about, that we're not supposed to talk about? And so many people listed finances, mental health, like any sort of sexuality or sexual intimacy. Some people got into like family or family habits. And I think, putting my own experience here, that some of that has to do with religion, because a lot of those stories come up about, you know, this uncle did this, but we don't talk about it because he's family, right? And then I started looking at all this stuff, going, oh yeah, these are the typical things. What else? And how can I be more specific? Eventually, I think I wrote 10 different separate messages. But then instead of dinging her phone constantly on every time I got an idea, I decided to write like 10 in one comment. I'm like, I'm not pressing enter until I get it. So then I did that. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stop. I probably sent you way too many messages now. She's like, no, this is really fun. Can you tell me more? So I think I sent her another list of like 20 more.
Okay.
Taboo topics. But it was just this great experience to look at this list that everybody combined and compiled together and think, wow, there's a lot that we don't want to talk about that makes us uncomfortable.
Yeah.
How do we have those conversations? And so Sarah kind of came in because she asked about motherhood and difficulty in motherhood. And I was like, here you go. This is what she's dealing with. And then they connected that way. But how can we have more of those taboo conversations so they're not taboo anymore? And I like that that's what Sarah's doing with this book.
Yeah, absolutely. So who's going to be our next guest?
She's in the background already. Debora came early.
Right. Really?
We were laughing yesterday about you being our guest and Debora co-hosting. Well, now we get to switch it up and you get to co-host and we get to interview Debora.
Excellent. Excellent.
And since she's here early, I just want to double check, Debora, you're okay to bring you up? Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, Debora.
Hi.
Love
Hello,
you
Marcella.
again.
I can't tell you how many messages I got yesterday from people saying, I watched the show. I can't believe that you two figured out how to make it work. Like, wow. So they were just celebrating us. So I'm going to celebrate you and Marcella for helping yesterday to happen.
Well, thank you. That was great. I haven't seen any of the comments. Well, maybe they sent you directly.
Private message. Yeah.
That's pretty wonderful that people would take the time to do that. And thank you, everybody who did that.
Yeah. Because can you imagine me trying to talk to myself for 2 hours straight?
No.
Well,
Laura?
it's possible. It's just uncomfortable.
That long.
Okay, so Debora, I didn't ask you the question, but you already know I'm going to ask, though, but that's okay. So Debora, the same question I ask everyone, because I am making a list. This is kind of research at the same time. If you could have other people to describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
First one is probably caring, I think, because I do really care about people. The second one would be humorous. I like to have fun. And the third one would be, I think, real.
Ooh.
Authentic. Maybe authentic is a better word. Real, authentic.
Well, there's no scratching things out. Your first thought is your first thought. I just put a slash. Don't worry about it. So real / authentic.
I guess it's the same thing, right?
Actually, it depends. Can you define what real means to you and what authentic means to you?
Well, to me, they mean very much the same thing. They're, who you are. Be who you are.
Yeah.
And that's kind of who I am.
So then who's Debora?
I mean, everybody else is taken. I may as well be me.
Yep. So Debora, we got to know you a little bit yesterday, but tell us, since we're on that topic, who is Debora?
Well, I'm a whole lot of things. I think I'm a really good friend. I am a businesswoman. I'm a speaker. I'm an 8-time #1 international best-selling author. I'm an international speaker too, by the way.
Yeah.
And have been for a long time. What else am I? I'm a whole lot of things. I'm a sister, and I'm a surrogate grandmother, and I'm an auntie to some wonderful nephews and nieces, and I'm a great auntie. And we tease the kids. We say, we know we're great aunties. Like, come on, we already know that. They laugh. Humor us.
Exactly.
So those are the things I am, I guess.
The things that you are, yeah. I noticed that they were all roles that you play.
I was just thinking that myself.
Debora, can I ask what it means, this mesh through mentor? What exactly you do?
Well, what do I do, Laura?
As the mesh through mentor?
I'm the kind of person who believes in kind of getting things done. So, let's just get it done. We don't have to waste a bunch of time. I'm not one who always believes that, we have to go back over everything to find out where we are today. And the reason I believe that is because I think it takes us back into that vibration. So I believe in moving forward as best we can. I'm not saying that doesn't mean we don't have to heal past things, because sometimes we do. But I don't know that we have to, for myself anyway, my belief is, I don't think we have to go back and heal every little thing that happened to us since eons of lifetimes ago. So that's my philosophy. So I believe that we need to make up our minds and kind of get it done as best we can. That doesn't mean we get everything done. We all have obstacles. We all have things that get in the way. And we all have blocks on occasion. So, But that's kind of, and the Smash Through Mentor came up because I needed a new company name. I had my other company is called Our Insightful Solutions Ltd, and it's my marketing company, and I needed one to do speaking and coaching and things like that. And so it came out of my friend saying, well, you kind of get things done. Like you just like, you're always smashing it. You're awesome, she said. And I said, that's it, Smash Through. And she said, mentor, you're a mentor. She said, that's your name. So that's how we got the name.
I love that. And I love what you have shared too, that we don't need to keep digging so much sometimes to do the healing. I know people that they actually have been visiting other planets to heal lives that they have been on other planets. And I was saying, right, okay, so perhaps this is why you're having issues within your relationship, because you're not being present within, your own self in your own life. So I'm very curious, what actually is your favorite topics when you go on a stage? Do you have any specifically themes that, you go on and you really an advocate for it?
Well, Laura and I did talk about this yesterday when we had, 2 hours, Laura, to chat?
It was like 2 hours.
I haven't missed the 2 hours chat.
I have a few things. One of my favorite things is the wow. That's the book. That's the wow. That's the second book that's about to come out. We plan on publishing in September, and I'm just going to put it out there for authors who want to be part of that book. It's going to be another anthology. So the WOW is an acronym. It's Live Life in WOW. WOW is an acronym for wonder, openness, and wisdom. And I believe that when we look for that in all experiences, all situations, we can look for the wonder, we can look for the openness, what it opens us up to, what it opens others up to, and what's the wisdom in it. There's always that little nugget. This is called nuggets of wonder, openness, and wisdom. The new one's going to be called pearls of wonder, openness, and wisdom. So I believe that when we look for it in all situations, and I'm not saying for 1 minute that it's easy in every situation. And Laura and I discussed this yesterday about her situation that she's recently experienced. But I think when we really just try to peel back the layers and look for it, we'll find it. It's like, my doctor always wants me to go for all these tests. I say, thank you. No, thank you. And, he kind of laughs and he, says he really respects that, I know my body. And I said, I'm a believer that if you are looking for something, you're going to find it. And I said, so I really don't want to know anything. I think I'm good. I think I'm healthy. I think I'm fine. I don't need to go for a bunch of tests for somebody to say, oh, this is out of whack and that's out of whack. I think I'm fine. Therefore, I am.
So where comes your inspiration for all of your creative work?
Well, the WOW book, do you remember yesterday you were talking, actually, Marcella, you said that, you were told, what you were going to do. Well, that's what happened with the WOW book. I used to live out in Vancouver Island in Canada, and I used to be able to see the ocean from where I lived. It was a long way away, but I could see it. I was high enough up, and I could see the ferries coming in. And one day I was doing my gratitude journal, which I like to do every morning. I'm not saying I do it every morning, but I'd like to, and I try my hardest. But I was doing my journaling and writing my gratitude and visualizing, and I was watching this ferry come in, and all of a sudden I hear, live life in WOW. Pardon me. I'm all alone. Who said that? And it's not the first channel message I get, because I do channel, but I said, well, what's that? And I received wonder, openness, and wisdom. Okay, and what am I going to do with that? You're going to have events. Oh, I am? I don't know anybody out here. How am I going to have events? So that was about the end of that conversation. Then somewhere along the line, shortly after, I decided to move back to Alberta, because I really am a prairie girl and I wasn't crazy living on an island. So we know what happened in 2020. And the events hadn't started yet. And so then 2020 happens. And I go, okay, now what? Now what are we supposed to do with these events? Oh, you're going to write a book. What? I'm going to write a book? Really? And it just came that that's what was supposed to happen with other people. And here we are.
Yep.
Wow.
So that's one of the inspirations is that. And then I say I was a Kirlian photography practitioner. That's another passion of mine. Like, I don't know which one is the most, but I light up when I talk about the Kirlian photography and what thoughts actually look like. And I want to show the world what thoughts look like, because I think it will help inspire others to change the way they think more often, and therefore the energy we emit. So that's another one of my passions. And I say was because we can no longer get the film, but I do have lots of pictures that I can show people. So it's still very effective.
So you're talking about the Kirlian photograph. That's what you
Yes.
said.
Yes.
Okay, but it's a software nowadays that you can have. Is that correct?
Well, it is, but it doesn't do what ours did. Ours
Right.
took 4 exposures on one picture, one film. Whereas the new ones, you can take a picture of a leaf or something. You can take a picture of a finger. You can take whole body pictures, but you can't do the exposure of the thoughts like we did. So hopefully someday I can find somebody who can come up with that. And I'm sure it will be done. But it's taking a little while to find that. So, but it's wonderful to be able to show people what their thoughts look like, or, you know, thought energy in general in picture format. It's life altering. It really, truly is.
Wow. Okay. I had a recent experience with that, and for example, one of the experience was literally just sit down and start thinking about my spiritual team, and then allow them to come closer, and how the colors was changing, and the level of the frequency too. That was an amazing. I think I have like 5 photos of that. It was a beautiful, beautiful experience. I love that. So yeah, never have seen on plants as an example that you have mentioned, or thoughts. But I know we are made of energy, so we are constantly changing the colors of our auras and our vibration anyway. So yeah.
And that's what it is. It's the auras around the fingers that you see, and you see with the meridian lines and what it's affecting, and so on and so forth. So it is it's like you say, you see the colors change, Marcella, and that's wonderful. You can see it as you're bringing in your divine team, and I think that's so valuable, because people then can realize that they too have a divine team. It's not just you and me and Laura. You know, everybody has a divine team, and people need to call on it. We need to call on our divine team. I mean, gosh, there's a lot more of them than there is of us.
No, yeah, and it's like sometimes we always searching for answers externally, not knowing that we can make that connection, which is so amazing.
And it's true. And you know, it's fine. Like for me, I know now, and I'm sure you're equally this way, and maybe more so yet, is I think about something or someone, and they almost show up instantly, or within a very short period of time. I think about somebody. Oh, is so and so going to? Oh, we talked about this the other day. I wonder if they're going to answer that question. Boom! I get a text. You know, I think about something going on. I see either maybe it's an advertisement, maybe it's email comes in, it's something shows up somewhere. And it's like, oh, I just asked for that. Oh, cool. Thanks, guys. You know, I appreciate that. You know, and that's how I talk to them. I say, you guys, that's how I address them. And it seems to work.
Wonderful. I wonder what actually love to do to be able to find the balance, to be in alignment with everything that unfolds into your life.
I don't think we're ever going to be 100% in alignment. We have to have contrast to make decision. Contrast doesn't have to be bad, but we have to have contrast. So it can be a good contrast. One, and I always say, do you want this coffee cup or that coffee cup? Do you want this glass for your water or the bottle? Yeah, there you go. Do we want to wear this dress or that sweater uh, or eat that food, right? It's all decisions and it's all contrast, not bad contrast. Blessed to have choice. Some people don't have choice. Well, everybody has choice, but some people don't feel like they have choice. And we're lucky, some of us, that we do. And I think we have to appreciate that. So.
Laura, do you have any questions for Debora? I can have many, but I wonder.
I'm enjoying the fact that I was like, oh, Marcella's asking questions. I can go wash my eye out because it feels like there's something in there.
Oh, no.
It's all good. Debora, we talked a lot yesterday about a lot of things, but I want to just make sure, is there something that we didn't talk about yesterday that you would love to share today? Like maybe it's a project you're working on or a cool goal that you have, or maybe somebody you'd love to work with that you never worked with before.
Well, yeah, there's a couple things. One thing, I want to do a TEDx talk, and I want to do a TEDx talk on The Bully Lives Within, because I think it's important for people to realize that too is a choice. It's sometimes a choice that we don't know we could make. It's a choice that we hang on to certain things that might be big, might be small, but to us, they're a certain thing and it's affected us in some way. And I think we can probably all say that. Now, some of us allow that to affect us longer than others. And I happen to be one of those people. I didn't even know it for a long time. I didn't know why I held back from doing so many things that I wanted to do. And I let things get in the way. Like I was chosen to do a singing competition many, many years ago. Sort of like, the Canada's Got Talent or American's Got Talent thing.
Nice.
And I was actually asked to participate in that. I didn't have to apply. And I was excited about it, but I was really nervous about it. And didn't I manifest myself to get very sick and couldn't do it? Because I had this belief that really no one wanted to really hear me all that badly about anything from an incident that happened when I was a child. So I want to do a TEDx talk to help prevent that happening from other young children. I don't want them to be my age and just now feeling worthy enough to step out. So, and even though I've been speaking for many years, many years, I really didn't think anybody wanted to hear what I had to say at all.
And why do we fall into that trap? I know we were talking about fear as a part of that yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Well, I was basically told that when I was a child by someone. And I internalized that because it was an adult who told me that. It wasn't my family, but my parents didn't say anything. And so being a child raised when I was raised to believe that adults were right. Listen to the adults, right? They're right.
No question.
You're just a little, child. So I thought, well, mom and dad didn't say anything, so it must be right. So that's where it all stems from. I don't want to go into all the details here, but I'd like to do a TEDx talk on that. So if somebody here is a TEDx organizer or someone who knows somebody who's a TEDx organizer that can help me with that, hey, please reach out. I'd love to chat. And then the other thing is the Live Life and Wow, the second book in the series, which is going to be called Pearls of Wonder, Openness, and Wisdom. And that's one thing that's a little bit unique about this book is there's a wonder, openness, and wisdom element that each author shares about their own story. And what we do is we put all the contact information that the authors want to share, and we invite our readers to connect with the authors and talk about it. Maybe they had a different wonder, openness, and wisdom experience. So we want to create dialogue. We want people to connect with the authors. We want people to feel part of it, part of the story, part of the change. And we're also doing an event, not set in stone yet, but October 19th, 2024 will be the first live WOW event. So I'm excited about that. And we'll make it hybrid as well. So yeah, so those are the main things.
Sounds like amazing projects on the way. Wow. Sorry, I can't stop saying wow now.
I know. It just makes reference. It adds to everything she's saying.
It's, you know, it's true. Once I talk with people about this, they start saying wow all the time. I mean, wow is like my favorite word. I say it all the time. I'm sure people that know me would rather I stopped, you know, some days, because but I believe there's a wow in every language. Some sort of form. I'm not saying they say wow or whatever, but there's some sort of word or expression of wow. And I just think, you know, when kids, think about kids, how often do kids say wow? Oh, wow. You know, they get all excited. But we need to find that again. And we need to look for that. And we need to stop with the doom and gloom, you know, of, oh, the world's falling apart, Chicken Little. You know, it's not such a, I don't believe, such a terrible place unless you want to focus on that. I choose not to.
My family likes to go hiking, and we haven't gone hiking as much in recent years, but it was also a time for me to show my daughter to slow down so that we can find those moments of wow, whether it's something that we saw, like a landscape on top of our snack rock that we were talking about, or if it was something that we heard somebody say and you just needed to repeat it in your head. Whatever it happened to be, it was just, can we take those moments to slow down? And in the slowing down, we can get to the wow, or that feeling of wow.
Mm-hmm.
I can see you're taking it to other things now.
I'm just curious, what sort of problems you help people to solve as their mentor?
Well, I don't do as much mentoring as I used to. I've always seemed to be helping somebody with something somewhere. But I mean, I believe in helping people see the alternative. So when people are, I don't want to use the word stuck because I don't think we're ever really stuck. We just kind of keep going back to that spot.
Looking in the wrong direction.
Yes, exactly. That I think that if I think one of my gifts, I guess, is helping. I seem to get the words that help people at the right time. And I, you know, yeah, I guess I should take part of the credit for that, as someone said. But like, as a wonderful woman said to me when she was she channeled, and during a conversation we're having, she said, "I've just been told by God that you're a divine wordsmith, and that's your gift to use that." So I do now, because, you know, she was very emphatic about it, and I believe that she received that message, and it was wonderful, because I had again been looking for something. You know, people say describe whatever. Well, sometimes it's hard to describe. So I guess in some ways I'm a divine wordsmith, because the divine gives me the words that people seem to hear at the time they need to hear them. They're not always the words they want to hear.
Yeah,
but they seem to be what they need to hear. And that I consider a lovely gift, and I am very appreciative of it. So that's, I guess, when I'm coaching people with whatever problems they're having, that's what happens. And that's my gift to them, and I hope it helps.
Well, it's a wonderful gift to be shared. Wow. I did again.
Somebody should just type it in the comments over.
Wow. Marcella, you'll always think of me now when you say wow.
Oh dear. I have my own talk show to record on tomorrow, so I need to be mindful. Oh dear. Right. You're also really good in bring the laughter, and I'm actually enjoying this. Was always like that, Deborah?
I think I've always liked to entertain. I've been, I think I've always liked to entertain. Speaking of, Laura, I promised you yesterday.
Yes. Oh, there we go.
You see that?
Ow! Again?
And then the other side. We'll have to turn it
Ouch!
this way.
Ouch.
Is it actually a
So-
piece of wood or is it more like foam?
It's a 2x4. It's an actual piece of 2x4. And I painted it chartreuse because it's one of my favorite colors and it stands out on stage regardless of what I'm sharing or saying and speaking. But I did take it with me on stage at a Blue Talks event in Edmonton. And
Oh, so you didn't have to take it on a plane. Okay.
no,
I was like,
didn't.
wow, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that I'd have to put it in something. I was supposed to go and speak. I was supposed to speak elsewhere, and I was going to take it. And I was thinking, how am I going to take this? So one of my friends says, he said, "I'll lend you my guitar case. You can take it in a guitar case." Oh, okay.
Wow.
So we will devise ways to take my friend with me.
I remember Michaela talking about how she took her skeleton with her to one of her Blue Talks, and that the people at the airport were giving her so many looks. So when you said you took that with you, that was my first thought, was that you were in the airport with this random 2x4. And I'm like, I wonder how she explained that to people.
Well, I ended up just taking it in the car. Actually, Heidi and I went together with my friend.
Oh,
So,
nice.
as we were both at the same event, so it was funny. So, yeah, I do like to entertain people because I think people remember when they laugh. I think laughter is a wonderful gift, and I think the more we laugh, the healthier we are, and the more I find the more I make other people laugh, the happier I get, and I'm not going to say I'm overly witty or overly gifted in that area, but I love to make people laugh. I really do. So
to use your own words, is it because you get to see more of their real and authentic self, and that it's a chance for you to care about people in a different type of way?
Well, I think what it is for me when I hear people laughing, and if I've been contributing to that, I just think it's just fun. And I think we all need to just let loose sometimes. I think we're all way too wound up, too tight, especially nowadays, social media and judgment everywhere. It's like, I remember years ago, I had a great aunt who used to be a Vogue model. So she, back in the, 100 years ago. So she was very svelte and she was, all these things. And when she was coming, we lived on a farm. So you got to remember that in the summertime on the farm, there's dust.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. My mother kept an immaculate home. But I'm telling you, it didn't matter if we had vacuumed and dusted and did everything 10 minutes prior when we heard that this aunt was coming. Oh my God, you'd think that you just don't know who was coming. Is maybe the queen, because we had to do everything over. And I swear to God, they named the white glove test after her, because she literally would go like this on the windowsill. Anyway, so she was very judgmental about a whole lot of things. And I just think, my poor mother would get so wound up when she was coming. And because mom was wound up, we'd be wound up, Of course. So anyway, it was just like I say, I think of when wound up, it was when she was coming to visit. Anyway, God rest her soul.
This whole journey of getting out of our comfort zones and striving for those things that we want, like the speaking and the writing, we have to come back to the focusing on the joy. What brings us joy? What brings us some humor so that we want to do it again, or we want to lean into that little bit of discomfort and pain. Debora, what are some of the things that bring you joy, that drive you and inspire you?
Other people. I love hearing other people's success. Some people say that they're, envious of other people's success. I'm not saying I don't want to be like other people, or I don't think, oh, gee, I wish I was like that. But I don't think it has to take away from that person's success. I think it's important for us to cheer each other on, men and women, and I love when I hear so-and-so's become a best-selling author. Oh, so-and-so landed their TEDx talk. Oh, somebody won the lottery. Good for them. Good for them. It's like, yes, I want that too, but good for them, And so that's one thing that really brings me joy, is when I hear other people being successful and people being happy. That brings me joy. Hearing babies laugh, hearing my little great nephew laugh is like one of the, he's got a laugh to his toes, and his dad does too. When his dad was a baby and a little boy, well, still when he laughs, he's got that laugh that I swear comes from his toes. And this little one is the same. And this child is so happy all the time. It's just, I just have to look at a picture of him, because that just makes my whole week.
Yeah.
So things like that. I'm not an overly complicated, fancy person, I don't think.
No.
Just the simple things in life.
What about you, Marcella? What brings you joy? We're just going to create a collection here.
I just love to dance.
Ooh.
I love to dance. I love to sing. That really, really raised my vibration.
Singing, yeah, as well.
Yeah.
I knew that would come up. Yeah. Yeah, I like to sing. I like to be in nature. And we also talked about crafts, I think it was yesterday, where we're just creating things. I have that box in my closet of just random things I've saved from wherever. And then when something special happens, I can just go in the box and randomly create. Or I can randomly create with whatever's around me, inside or out. It brings me so much joy.
Well, and I admire people who can do that, because I'm not quite like that. I think I'm a more linear thinker. I get ideas, but implementing them, I'm really good in the idea department. That's one of my strengths. I get ideas, and people say that to me all the time. You have so many ideas, and I do. They're just given to me constantly, idea after idea after idea, and they're usually pretty good. But don't ask me to implement every one of those ideas, because we're in really big trouble then. They don't give me that part. They just give me the idea. Except in business. I'm good at business ideas.
Yeah. The only reason I've gotten better at it is I spent 15 years in the architecture industry. So, I mean, you would spend anywhere between 3 and 7 years designing something and putting things on paper before it was ever start to be built.
I'd never have that much patience.
It was so much diving in on the process and the labeling and the flushing out of ideas before it ever even happened, that it trained me that I have to do more of that, because I'm just like you, Deborah. I'm the ideas person. I love ideas. The problem is implementing.
Yeah. Brainstorming. If I could get paid to be in a think tank, that would be my absolute ideal dream. Because, like I say, I get good ideas and stuff like that. That wouldn't be work for me. That would just be, okay, let's just enjoy the day, because it just comes.
Okay, next crazy idea, go. Whatever it is, like, tell us.
Oh, I don't know. Don't put me on the spot that way.
Oh, okay.
It's usually specific about something that somebody's asked, and then the ideas come, and they just seem to come. So, but it's usually about something specific.
Yeah, some sort of.
May I ask, Deborah, do you have any specifically process that you like to follow when you are actually writing your books? Do you like to just travel somewhere, just focus on what you do until you finish? How is it for you?
I cannot write, Marcella, unless I'm been inspired to do it. I can sit and try and write and make myself write until they give me the word.
I love that. Yes, exactly.
And it's like one of the talks I did, I tried and tried and tried for weeks to write that talk. Nothing happened until the morning of the talk. The morning. And I still had to drive to get there. And all of a sudden, boom, it was there. But you should have seen the work I had to do to put that together.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I did have some background in it, but still, it just wouldn't come until the time was ready. And the same happens with the chapters that I've written in the books.
Yeah.
And the same with, you know, the book, The Bully Lives Within, that I'm writing, that's my own, is it's until it comes, I don't even try anymore, because it's too much, it's too hard. Sometimes I'll sit and kind of think, you know, I get the ideas and I'll do an outline or something like that, and then I just set it aside. But until there, I mean, you know, I think it's Archangel Gabriel that probably gives me the most help. And, you know, he seems to be there with his quill and right usually behind me or beside me. And then we're ready to go.
Well, I'm glad I'm not alone. Wow, that's absolutely fantastic. And it works, and it's all about trust. Trust
Yeah.
that the inspiration will come, they will guide us, and something's gonna happen.
And it happens so fast. That's the thing. And, you know, you hear songwriters, you know, artists, songwriters, lots of people. I mean, I think that's where most people, I think, get their stuff from. I do. I think, you know, you talk, you know, you'll hear a song, you know, someone who's, you know, had a number one hit that just kind of appeared out of nowhere, and they go, well, I wrote that in 10 minutes. It's like just came to me.
Yep.
And boom, there it was. And I think that's how a lot of people work, I think. No, it may not work for everybody. Of course not. Nothing works for everybody. Nothing, in my opinion.
There's a lot of jokes with a sliver, there we go, of truth to it, where when we're in the shower, when we're in those relaxed states, that's when all these fun, crazy ideas start to happen.
Well, or 3 a.m.
Or 3
when
in the
the
morning.
angels,
Right?
you know, 3:33 when the angels decide they'd like to have a discussion.
Ugh. Tell them they need to let me sleep.
Because they have no time there.
I know.
We have time. They don't have any time.
Tell me about it. The past 4 days, I've been sleeping 3 hours only because I'm going exactly through this phase. So, yeah. It's not so fun, you know, when you miss your sleep, but
No.
yeah. But I think we just can be grateful because it's the quieter time within the world or within the world around us. And that's the best time that they find to communicate, you know, with us.
Well, less distraction, less
Yeah.
stuff going on in the ethers, you know. There's not as much resistance going on. Exactly.
The first
Are you
time,
sitting with sand?
Oh, of
Do you have
course.
sand?
I mean, I only had one foot in. I was like, okay, my foot needs to come out now. But it's been really helpful. I enjoyed it. Ugh, but it's wiggle time.
Yeah,
we
you
said
gotta
earlier
move
we're
around.
just gonna like wiggle a little. Deborah, I want to make sure we have about 8 minutes ish left. We said that today we would talk about the things that don't align with us. So you're a writer, you're also a speaker, you sang, right? You talked about photography. Were there any forms of sharing your message that just don't align with you and how you like to show up?
Well, social media is probably my most difficult. You know, doing videos. My YouTube fellow that's helping me is he's constantly trying to tell me, and I say, yeah, I'm going to get to that. Yep, I'm going to get to that video. Yep, and somehow tomorrow never comes. So I definitely have issues in that area, but I'm getting better at it. And I'm going to start doing some things. But yeah, so social media is probably my worst. It's not my, you know, you know, we used to pick up the phone, and I still love that the most. I really do. I love just, you know, picking up the phone and hearing someone's voice. I'm grateful for Zoom as well, because, you know, you get to talk to people. But you know, still the phone to me is a wonderful invention, and I hope I mean, yeah, we all have phones that we carry everywhere now, but how many's talking on them? you know. I do too. Like, to me, the phone is still like, phone me. Just phone me.
Yep. I
No,
mean,
I was
sometimes I'll do a video call,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
but I
She
still
was the
call
first person that mentioned social media. So then I was thinking, no one is going to mention the resistance to social media. Yeah, so I totally understand.
I love that you brought that up. Like, I like being on video. I like having conversation with people, especially when I can see their faces. But to ask me to like post blindly and hope that somebody reads or watches something, I'm with you, Deborah. I'm resisting that because I don't feel the connection like I do on StreamYard or on Zoom or in person.
Well,
It feels weird.
and I just like, I know that, people love to see what other people are doing and things like
Yeah.
that. I'm okay with it, but I don't think I need to post what I'm eating for dinner or what I'm, doing or whatever. I'm okay with just, my own thing. I don't need to post everything about my life. And people say, "Oh, you have to let people get to know you. You have to tell them your personal things." Well, no, I don't.
No.
I mean, it's not like I'm a secretive person or anything. I just think I don't think they really want to know.
No, I do know that you have the same CD player as I do.
I love it too because I still have CDs and I love it when I'm doing my stuff.
Of course.
I like silence when I'm working, but if I'm doing, my writing, my gratitude journal and things like that, I like to have some nice music. I love playing Enya and I think I told you yesterday that Andy Grammer is one of my favorite artists because I love his peppy music and his song "Good to Be Alive" is, as my one friend calls it, my forever song, and it's just gets me going, and you can't help but move, and it feels good, and you just feel really good with it. So, but yeah, I still like my CDs.
Yeah, my husband took ours to work so that he could listen to the radio. He's like, why can't we just listen to the radio on the computer? But for some reason, it doesn't want to work right. So he brought my CD player. I was like, well, now I can't listen to CDs because nothing else around here plays CDs. My laptop doesn't even have a place to put in CDs or DVDs.
Oh, mine neither. But you can buy external ones.
I know. That's what the PlayStation's for.
Yeah, true.
Well, and if you happen to still have a DVD player, you can play CDs on it.
I have a brand new DVD player that I bought at the same or right after I bought years ago when I used to work at Zellers. The original 3-part Lord of the Rings collector set. But I didn't own a DVD player at the time. So then like a year later, I finally bought one so I could watch them. But then I watched I think straight through Lord of the Rings once, and then I never touched my DVD player since.
Oh.
So like, just sitting there in a closet somewhere.
So
Deborah, I want to make sure that we know where to find you. I know that you said it yesterday, but can you repeat it for those who haven't watched yesterday yet?
Well, the website is smashthroughmentor.com. Pretty simple. And I'm on Facebook. I have Look for Wow is one of my pages, so please join me there. I've also got Smash Through Mentor as another Facebook, my business page. And LinkedIn is one of my favorite places. So if you're on LinkedIn, I love to connect on LinkedIn for professional, things. So if you happen to be someone in corporate looking to share some information with your team and would like them to see what their thoughts look like and things like that, I'd love to connect with you on LinkedIn and set something up. So yeah, those are the best ways to reach me.
I think my thoughts look like freight trains going in every single direction possible in 3D space. Like all the time. Oh, they're going too fast sometimes. So Deborah, I also want to make sure that the last couple minutes we spend time to just make sure that you've shared and said what you need to say. I know I asked you a little bit earlier, but if there's something that you needed needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
It would be look for the wow. It would be
Wow.
live life in wow. And that is wonder, openness, and wisdom. Join those of us who are going to be in the next book in the series and the one after that, and in our event on October 19th. Keep that in your calendars. There's going to be lots of good fun, good prizes, good speakers. We're going to have some of the authors in the book reading parts of their stories and
Yay!
stuff, so that people will be able to actually feel what the author's feeling, and lots of good things like that. So it's going to be a fun event. It's not going to be that long. It's probably going to go from 9 to 3. And it's going to be fun and lighthearted, but it's going to have a lot of meaning to it. There's going to be, I believe, a lot of value that people will be able to take away that they can immediately apply. So I think that's important. I think we all go to events and we get great information. Oh my goodness, we're so blessed with all the information that so many wise people share with us. But how much of it do we apply? So that's what I want. I want people to be able to go and say wow every way they turn around, so that everybody else starts saying wow too.
Wow. Thank you, Debora. Wow. What a great time today. And yes,
We know it's not difficult at all.
it's so good. So I want to say thank you for being here again today. Thank you for being my co-host yesterday. Thank you, Marcella, for being my co-host today and playing with me and going different directions.
Well, thank you for having me. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to get to know you, Debora. Thank you so much.
You too, Marcella. I look forward to getting to know you better, and you too, Laura. We've known each other for a long time, but not to have such a wonderful conversation like we did yesterday and today. So I thank you both. You're wonderful hostesses.
With the mostesses. Okay. So thank you, everyone, including our audience and everyone commenting on the replay, for being here today, for spending some time with us, for leaning into some of these conversations that are both fun and a little uncomfortable. I like when we get to play together and do things together. So we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly. We give that authenticity as it happens in the moment, because that's what we're all about, is we want to build that community of love and support for each other. Itchy nose. Oh my God. Okay, you can find us. Don't sneeze. You can find us same bat channel, same bat time. So come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, all the way to 2:30 Eastern, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and you will find 6 more or 7, depending on if that's the day that the couple comes together. We'll find out. Just to have more fun, to have conversations. So then, Marcella and Debora, what is something that we can focus on in conversations tomorrow? I'm looking for ideas. What's something that you want to know?
What has been the theme so far? Come on, let's do a recap.
Oh,
what you
yes.
have.
Themes. What stood out to you today, Marcella?
The theme for today, we had a mixed up of things happening today, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had a great variety. I don't think we actually had a theme, a part of synchronicity, perhaps.
That's a part of it, yeah.
Well, tomorrow's Thursday. What about Thankful Thursday?
Ooh.
Love the Thankful Thursday. Yeah, but we did touch a bit about gratitude today. Remember, we will have done a 30 seconds exercise.
Or what about Thinking Thursday?
I love that.
That might have to be on Friday. So if we pull to more, because we did more of the darker side today of the what things don't necessarily align with you. So we bring it back up to the, okay, let's feel some gratitude now, and then we can kind of go other places.
Thinking doesn't have to be bad. Thinking can be fun.
Oh, I know.
And Friday could be about celebration, the 5 days.
We could do that.
Celebrating all the wisdom that has been shared, all the love.
Lots to think about. We'll have some great ideas. Tomorrow, we'll just have to figure out what the theme of tomorrow.
I think Friday should just be Fun Friday. Just fun
breathe
Friday.
It in. Yeah. So join us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 Eastern. Much love, everyone. I will see you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And then we end the stream with a little song. Do, do, do.